You're listening to Metal Gear Mondays, the greatest Metal Gear podcast ever.
Oh, and there was my phone going ding at the end of that, just like a little fairy.
Here's to you, dear listeners.
Ladies, gentlemen, boys, and girls, you're listening to Metal Gear Mondays,
the most thorough Metal Gear podcast on the internet.
As always and forever, I'm one of your hosts, Alessio Summerfield, and this final time, I'm joined by Sam Wright.
That's me. I'm going to try not to fuck with my 7 pens this final episode just for you, as a treat for the listeners.
I am also joined by Isaac Lim.
It's Isaac Lim.
It's Beppo.
Oh, no. Shock jock DJ Isaac
Father.
Lim. Isaac, have you gone on and made a career out of the shock jock DJ impersonation?
Yeah, I've got a couple calls since that.
Do you answer them as like sick 94.7?
Syndicated radio.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm also joined by James Reichmuth.
Hey, aka Jimmy Stinger, happy to be back on my favorite podcast on the Citadel.
Happy to be back on my favorite podcast. Wait, don't tell me.
Much like the Legend of the Blair Witch, we brought James so that he could stand in the corner with his back to us as we are killed in sacrificial slaughter for the podcast masses.
One of my favorite activities.
It's the second time that Blair Witch, I think, has been brought up in the last 5 episodes. Well, yeah, so I am at a loss for words because this is the last goddamn time we're doing this.
Holy shit, man.
I mean, how much do you think HBO Max is going to have to pay y'all to come back in 15 years?
Not a lot.
I'll do it. They're like lowest tier contract probably will be fine.
Isaac, can you keep that to yourself? We haven't negotiated.
I'll do it for a free subscription, honestly.
Oh, shoot. You're right.
Before we get off to a rip roar and start, I do want to tease right here at the front that this is going to be the most fucking insane episode of this show. Hands down.
This is like the ultimate listener response episode we've ever done. Plus, there's just a bonkers interview coming up, too.
Don't say listener response because I noticed that people don't listen to those episodes.
Oh, shit.
Totally
mainline
Metal
episode.
Gear.
But it's the last one. Surely they'll listen to this one.
Yeah, that's why I've been calling it Metal Gear Monday, the end of Metal Gear Mondays Part 4.
Yeah.
That's smart.
That's smart.
Before we get into like the fucking vortex that's about to be this like surreal nightmare zone.
I'm laughing because I'm reading this list of names that we're about to get into, and on the first page before it
did you get to boy pussy?
I sure did. Oh my god,
that's a good one.
This is Metal Gear Mondays, baby.
I do love that as we lead into the finale, you're like, every time Alessio describes the process, he's like, let's dig in for this long, dark nightmare. It's a Halloween episode rolled into one.
We're going to come out the other side as completely different people. But yeah, let's roll through the patrons who have supported us through thick and thin, except for half this list who bailed. But I just, we're going to give a big shout out to all of our patrons. So, much love.
Much like we're celebrating hosts past and present, patrons past and present, we're also celebrating.
Yes. And not in a super sped up chipmunk voice
like
we did on the first episode.
Actually. Yeah.
Yes. So I'm going to just take this first little chunk, I guess, and then we'll kick it over. And then, James, if you want to take the last little chunk.
Yeah.
All right, let's rock and roll. All right, so here we go with in order. I think this is an order of patronage. Maybe not. Who cares? Random
cool.
order.
It doesn't feel like it, but it's all right. Random, random.
Here we go. Thank you, Skylar Blackwell, Joseph Burdes, Raul Emilio Royas, Johnny Flores Jr., James Davis, Joseph Flores, James Platt, Lee Yarker, Sam Sherritt, 9th Soccer 420, Nth Soccer 4206, Boy Pussy 69 420 Ligma
Ligma nuts.
Toriar, Take it away, Sam.
What a handoff.
What a chunk.
What a chunk. Seamus Moose, Darcy Susan, Alex Cinadinos, Sam B, Nate Peterson, Renato Cueva, Jack Falvey the Fourth, CJ Garcia, Asif Khan, Killer Seymour, 1GP, Gina Sink, Chris Stokes, Justin Egan, Stephen Hoffman, Greg Purcell, Eric Morris, Evan Cortez, Ruben Blanco, Alex H, Alex Vergara, Bean Boy.
Heyo.
I think you want to take some more.
Sure.
Y'all don't understand.
I needed to get
We're
to
on this
Bean Boy.
list.
Took all the good ones.
Yeah.
No, I got the good chunk. James Cichon. Sean. Thomas Moose.
Hold on. I like that Isaac didn't even give it multiple takes. He just said the same thing 3 times.
Yeah, just
I think it's so in Italian it'd be Chichon,
Chichon.
but I don't know if it's that.
Do you think
Anyway,
he's Italian?
Yeah, I love
no,
it.
I don't. Thomas
All right.
Moose.
Thomas
Isaac,
Moose.
continue.
Samuel V.A., Virginia. Warren Minix. Mr. Cropes. Lexi Irola. Jason Sarniak.
Sarniak.
I'm sorry,
Oh,
Jason.
Isaac.
Brent.
We forgot that Isaac is illiterate, actually.
Ben Haydon. Nico Avonius. Danny Cooler. Dragonhide. Charity Gage. Crux. I got it. James Barone. M. Ibrahim. Chris. Chad Betteridge. Cody Goats. All right.
All right,
That's
I'm gonna zip through this until Scott Fox, and then that's you, James. All right.
All right.
All right, let's do it. Caitlin Connor, John Johnson, Tyler Washington, Alex Kennedy, Mark Arden, David Sosa Gonzalez, Cody, Rob Glass, Gregory, John Ross, Justin Norton, Calvin Vincentini, Jesus Christ, Joey Dagger Bill, Jesus Christ is not a patron, I was just saying that, Adam Guard, Nebula 487, Joshua James, David, Matt Jakircevic, Junior
Perfect.
Tichy, Chris Hampton, James Baldwin, Winifred Casters, T.O. Alex, Mitch Hines, Simon Lee, Sean Loser, Frederick G, Stephen Chen, Chine Chen, Keith Reynolds, Aaron Good, Ben Lewis, Chase Cortez, Wolf Frechette, Francisco Golaz, Rhett L. Clayton, Henrik Ness. Are you kidding me? Henrik Ness, the fucking composer of our
Oh my
theme
God.
song? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I literally
Yeah.
didn't, I had no idea. Okay, that's
Thursday?
cool. Brandon
Wow.
Parks, Louis Marine Jr., Matt, Toby Rothenborg, No Super FX Podcast, Michael A. Nielsen, Liquid Metal Mike, Zachary Steele, Nick Ziegler, Dean, Tyler Nunez, Thomas Connolly, Sam Lemke, Rachel Frank, Will Boyer, Tuner, Tori Cortez, Brady, River B 210.
All right. Then we're rounded out with Scott Fox, Brandon Wright, Jamie Christopher, Sam Whitaker, Craven Knight, Nick Freda, Devin Reed, Kyle, Andrew F., Akira H. Birdman, Joshua
Fuck yeah,
Wiley.
Killer Birdman. Sorry.
Fuck
Dude,
yeah,
I've missed that guy. I
Birdman.
haven't talked to that guy in forever.
Hey, if you're listening, now's the time to reach out.
John's not
Cole Duncan, Matt Laninovic, Jackie Boy, Adam Bradbury, like the Adam Bradbury? That's great. David Lyden.
Hold on,
Matt
Lydon?
Smith,
Lydon?
one of them. Matt
No,
Smith.
it's a really long bit, James.
I remember the bit, and I was I was here. Alejandro Canseco, Andres Garcia Jr., Binge Media, Bleeding Mask. I almost thought it's because I'm dyslexic. I thought it's a Bleeding For mask, and I'm like, yeah, the Jim Carrey movie is worth bleeding for. Brian Surratt, Daryl Palumbo, Dean Dale, Italian Joe,
Hey, gabagool over here.
Ed Brown, and then rounding it out with the one, the only Stephen P.
You know what? I'm gonna double down.
Welcome to the
Jesus
P
Christ.
spot.
And
yeah,
Jesus
Christ.
Christ.
Also.
Jesus Christ,
He
He
absolutely.
actually, so he patronized really early and then quit and then patronized again. That's why we said it.
Yeah, 3 days later, he patronized again.
3 days grace.
Adam, if you're listening, now's the time to reach out.
Yep.
Fuck yeah. Well, cool. Now that we got that out of the way, let's paint a picture of what is happening on the very last episode of Metal Gear Mondays.
Say goodbye.
So I have spent a good chunk of time trying to get everybody who's ever had anything to do with this show be a part of this last episode. And A lot of these messages are fucking amazing, and they came courtesy of just a lot of, I don't know, just a lot of work on everybody's part. So I am very excited. And just for the record, James, Isaac, and Sam have not heard a majority, if not all, of these audio messages.
He spent a lot of time telling us how great they were, and then not telling us what they were.
Yeah.
So listen. They just all I'm saying is they better be good. Otherwise, I'm coming to find you. I'm beating you up. give you a wedge. You take your lunch money.
Do it,
That's all
dude.
I'm saying.
I'm missing
That's
a
all I'm
tooth,
saying.
and I'm like, at least you came to visit me.
Oh.
No, I'm kidding.
Wah, wah.
No, definitely that was not a jab at all. I've just
I know.
It wouldn't be an opening to Metal Gear Mondays if we didn't accuse Alessio of being passive
Yeah.
aggressive.
Yeah, some kind of pass. Listen, Bubby, I'll come out. I'll do it. I'll come find you, Bubby. I'll come
shit.
find you. I'll tell you all about it. Don't. Be careful, Bubby.
I feel like Zach James
Yeah,
needs to come battle you for the Bubby crown.
yeah. That's my call. That's how I call Cole and Zach if I really need them. Bubbies,
Oh my God.
Bubbies.
Amazing. Well, cool. Yeah. So the way it's going to break down is like this. So we're going to do guest farewell messages first. And this includes, these are non-interview participants that were on the show. Two of them have technically been on for interviews, but I would say a majority of their appearances were as non-interviews. So we'll do guest farewell messages. Then we're going to move on to past interview farewell messages. Then we're going to do very last listener responses, and that is audio and written. I'm not going to tell you when we're going to do the final super surprise interview so that you have to fucking listen to this entire episode. Before we get into that, James, what the fuck have you been doing since you were last on this show?
Oh, what have I been doing? Well, sometimes you find yourself in a place, a land that may look much like our own. And someday some man may offer you a couple of pills, and you may choose to take one. And depending on which one you take, you will have very drastically different days. And we'll just leave it at that.
Oh no!
So you're in New Jersey, is what you're telling me.
It's in New Jersey. I took a long trip to New Jersey. No, I've been I've actually been doing lately. I've been learning to code. I've been learning C# and I've been learning some Unity.
Dude,
And I've
nice.
been trying to learn a lot about narrative design and honing my skills as a writer. And going to be launching a website soon and getting back out on the prowl for work.
God damn.
Nice. I always say, ain't no better James than a James on the prowl.
Yeah. You did always say that. Anytime,
Yeah, that's weird.
anytime me and Alessio would go out anywhere, he'd be like, you know what I always say?
It's weird. James gets on all fours and starts like purring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
just
part
like-
of my process, really.
Mhm.
One of Alessio's famous catchphrases that he always says.
All right. Well, you know what? Let's get into these farewell messages.
Yeah, let's do it.
So we'll do one. We'll talk a little bit about it, and then we'll do another. We'll just kind of go
Cool.
that way. I wanted to start with the one, the only, the very first special guest in all of Metal Gear Mondays,
Ah,
Cole Ross.
Did you hear that noise?
Hey there, this is Cole from Duckfeed TV. I guested back on, I think it was the first episode of the Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater season. Had a good time. Had a good time goofing around with y'all. Sorry again, that one went so long, that just kind of happens. I wanted to congratulate you on going for 6 years. That is a real accomplishment, even in something as fun as doing this kind of recap show. I wish all of you the best in whatever comes next. And yeah, I will spare you any kind of impression or reference on the sign off here, because I'm positive other people could be funnier with it than I could. Take care, everybody.
What's that sound?
Aw.
What a sweet,
Wow.
sweet man.
That was super
guy.
sweet.
Man.
That was super, super sweet.
I still think about when Alessio, when you came to visit Aaron and James and I in Ohio, we went and you met Cole and Gary, and I still have that picture somewhere of you
Oh,
just
dude.
looking like the cheesiest fourth grader meeting like Clifford the Big Red Dog or something, like for the first time.
Yeah, it's like whenever you take a kid to see Santa Claus for the first time, like that was the dumb fucking look on my face.
Mhm.
It's pretty good. Thank you, Cole Ross.
Man.
That's cool.
Yeah,
That's
and he
cool.
was like the first of many, I think.
Yeah. I remember when y'all got him as a guest. I remember Alessia, you telling me that story. It's really cool.
I was very excited.
I'm getting emotional, guys.
Oh, baby, the best is yet to come.
I really quick before we go into the next one, I just thought the listeners want to know that I've chosen, since I can't find my fidget cube, I've taken to playing with a depleted 9-volt battery that I haven't found a way to discard properly yet. So
yeah, this podcast is actually a race against time to save Sam's life now. So
yeah, it's like slowly making its way towards my tongue.
As we keep recording, Sam's like, I'm now fidgeting with a bottle of Drano. It's like, no.
I'm now fidgeting with this open window. What?
Oh, no.
Sorry.
He's like, just want to let you guys know I'm doing gun tricks with my dad's loaded pistol.
I'm flipping them like Ocelot.
Jesus. So coming up next, we have one of my favorite guests from the Metal Gear Solid 4 season, our very own professional wrestler, AEW wrestler, Craven Knight.
Whoa, Craven! He told me
Man.
he didn't. He told me he lied to me.
What?
Wow.
Does he really wrestle for AEW?
Yeah, he really
Well, I'll talk about it here in a second.
That's cool as hell.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's play the message.
Hey there, everyone. This is Craven Knight. For those who don't know me, I am one of the fans that got to join in on the fun of discussing Metal Gear Solid on this great show, Metal Gear Mondays, during the book club days of talking about Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots. Alessio gave me the choice of which section I wanted to talk about, and I chose our revisit to Shadow Moses, as I think that is one of the best sections in any video game ever. Metal Gear Mondays is as important to me as Metal Gear Solid itself, as I was working full-time and having the quasi-luxury of being able to listen to podcasts all day as I work. I would search for a Metal Gear Solid-centric podcast. Periodically, every few months, I would just check once it hit me. And most of the time I would come up short. Something would be there, but it wasn't that many episodes, or they were really short, or there just wasn't really anything to really stick with. And then after a few months, I checked again, and there's Metal Gear Mondays. Number one, I think the name sounds really cool. Number two, there's a few episodes that have already been posted, and they're at good length. And I listened to it, and I just really enjoyed the discussion. I enjoyed listening to Alessio and Sam, and enjoyed the deep dives into the series. As to this day, I still look for media that talks about the series and deep dives into everything. Even finding things that may not even be there, or things that we didn't see originally. It's so fun to hear people talk about it. Especially a series that has a fandom that typically can be pretty toxic. The community of Metal Gear Mondays definitely feels the opposite of that. And I wish I got to join in on the discussion with the community more. The Discord just felt a little overwhelming and a little bit hard to keep up with for me. And that's where I learned Discords are just not my thing. But really appreciate this show. Metal Gear Mondays was just a great ride. It's hard to hear that it's coming to an end, but I'm very grateful for the time that we all had with it, with the transitions, with hosts and formats and all that. I just stuck with it, and it was a good ride. Thank you, Alessio. Thank you, Sam. I regret that Sam and I never got to have a banter about professional wrestling, as we're both mutual wrestling fans. But also thank you to everyone else involved that kept this show going. I appreciate all of you. And as a huge Metal Gear Solid fan, I can say this from the bottom of my heart, that Metal Gear Mondays will always be more than just a box to me. Thank you all. Peace, love, and chicken grease. Craven Knight out. And if I can steal anything from professional wrestling, it would be this. Best of luck to all your future endeavors. Bye, everyone.
Wow.
Damn.
That was super.
What a fucking hunk.
What?
Man.
Listen, okay. For number one, Alessio, did you tell him not to tell me that he sent something in?
No, I did not.
Because I messaged him. So I've got something to say about.
I think he
cool
sent.
stuff.
I think he sent something after he talked to you, because I think
I talked to him
thought-
like 2 hours ago.
I think he thought the deadline was later than, or earlier than it was, because he did ask me. He was like, "Hey, did I miss the deadline?" I was like, "No.
Oh.
Feel free."
Oh, well, regardless, so Craven is great. I will say that I wish that we did have the moment to banter about wrestling on on the podcast because we are both fans of wrestling. Craven's a fucking wrestler. And Craven Knight, actually, so I wanted to bring this up because the reason why I messaged him was to congratulate him. So All Elite Wrestling, shout out to Chad and Tyler. We've been bantering about AEW on the Discord the last couple of days, but AEW is like, for the first time in years, since maybe WCW, there's been like a legitimate like wrestling WWE competition on television, and it's very good. And they have these 2 YouTube shows called AEW Dark and AEW Dark Elevation on Monday and Tuesdays. And I was just scrolling through Reddit, and every week they post the announce cards for the Dark and Elevation shows and for Dynamite and all these other shows. And I'm going through, and it's Tuesday as we're recording this, and it's AEW Dark tonight, and I'm looking through. It's like, okay, Andrade and Dark Order's wrestling places, blah blah blah. And who do I see on the card but Craven Knight wrestling Scorpio Sky? Yeah, what the fuck? That's badass. I know. And so I'm just like, well, shit, okay. So I messaged him and congratulated him. But Dark and Dark Elevate, like Dynamite and Rampage are on TNT. Dynamite's about to be on TBS in the new year, but whatever. But Dark and Dark Elevation.
Can I jump in real quick?
Yeah.
So I know what every single one of these words mean individually, but I do know that in this context, I have zero idea what
they have. AEW.
There's
All
Dynamite.
Wrestling.
There's some TNT involved. There are dark things.
Yeah. So Dark. They have shows.
Do you illuminate the dark with your TNT? Is that what's happening?
Fumbling in the AEW Dark with Isaac Lim. So All Elite Wrestling is the company, and they have a bunch of shows. They have their Monday shows called Dark Elevation.
Are they all elite?
Yes, they are. Their Tuesday show is just Dark. Their Wednesday show is on the channel TNT.
So when they go dark, when they tell their wrestlers like, "Hey, we're going to go dark for the week of Thanksgiving," does it confuse people as to whether or not they're working or not?
Potentially. Wednesday is on TNT. It's moving to TBS on January 5th, but right now it's on TNT. It's Dynamite, and then they have a Friday show on TNT called Rampage.
Dynamite.
Yeah,
Rampage.
Yeah,
hell yeah!
It's an hour long. It's badass. But Tuesday is Dark, and the important thing is Craven is wrestling in AEW. He had a match in AEW with Scorpio Sky, and it's fucking badass.
That's so cool.
And if you go on
for reference, it is Tuesday right now, and it is dark outside.
Yes, that's true. Daylight saving time and suck a dick. But yeah, so it's Dark and Dark Elevation are free on the YouTube channel. So if you go to All Elite Wrestling on YouTube and look for the November 16th episode of Dark, Craven wrestled Scorpio Sky on Dark, and that is really badass.
That's super badass.
Hell yeah.
So
can I also just say how cool it is? It's one thing that stuck out to me in Craven's message, which was beautiful, is like, and this, I've heard a lot of people say this that listen to the show. They would listen to the show on their drive to work or while they're at work. And it's just so cool seeing not only the impact that like this series of games has had on such a deep level, but, you know, like you guys being with people as they go throughout their days and, you know, having such a deep amount of content on it. It's really cool and special what y'all did.
Hey, you did it too, James.
Yeah, you were there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think it's
we had a whole we planted a flag last episode and had a whole James Reichmuth love hour.
Yeah. We I think it's really, I don't think that I'm able to convey with the correct words how much it means to me that he said that Metal Gear Mondays means as much to him as Metal Gear does. That is nuts. And I don't know, that's just incredibly meaningful to me, and I appreciate that a lot. So
yeah, it's pretty bananas. Coming up next, well, so first and foremost, I just want to say ditto to everything that you guys said, but I also want to give a quick shout out to the fact that Craven Knight low key does some of the most amazing like action figure modifying that I have ever seen in my life.
Yes, so cool.
Like he'll just take like a G.I. Joe or something, like a generic dude, and then be like, hey, I handmade like a phenomenal looking Batman or like Skeletor or something. You know what I mean? And it's like,
Yeah.
whoa, my
Oh
God.
yeah.
Like that's some like legit way crazy stuff. So yeah, definitely.
It's awesome. Coming up next is another guest from the show from days of old. This is our friend TJ Wark.
TJ.
We even played some of his band's music on the show at one point. So hell yeah to TJ Wark. And I'm going to go ahead and play his message, and then we'll spit a little sugar his way.
Yeah.
After this.
Yes, some sweet sugar. Spit some sweet sugar.
All right, let's do it.
Hey, Metal Gear Mondays. This is TJ Wark. I just wanted to say I'm going to miss you guys. It was so much fun to be on the show back in the day and to just play along while listening to you guys. It was funny as hell. Well, there'll be an empty spot in my playlist. See you guys later.
So to echo what Sam said earlier about Craven, when he was like, there's no compliment above being compared to Metal Gear. This one was mine, where there's no compliment to me that is higher than TJ saying, I guess there's going to be an empty spot on my playlist.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Definitely.
But
that's real.
Yeah, much love to TJ. The name of his band as well is After the Fall, and they're actually doing some cool shit moving forward. So keep an eye out. Sam, you had a fun Chocobo story.
So that one of the things, and I'm pretty sure we probably mentioned it on the podcast when he first wrote into the show, but TJ's last name Work is the like onomatopoeia that gets used for chocobos in the Final Fantasy series. And is onomatopoeia the right word for that? I don't think it is. Whatever. The word for the sound that the chocobo makes. And in Final Fantasy 15, I named my chocobo TJ just in honor.
So shifting out of old school MGM, our next recording is from a dear friend of the podcast who has appeared on many an episode and has also been our in the field correspondent for some things in Japan. So this is from Alice Chang.
Hey everyone, it's Alice. I just wanted to come on quick and say thank you to all the listeners of Metal Gear Mondays. I know this has been a project that has been so near and dear to so many people for so long that it's almost unreal that it's finally ending. I wanted to give a special shout out to Alessio, Sam, and Isaac, who very much welcomed me with open arms when I pretty much like demanded to please let me be on the show. I still this day have no idea why they were like, yeah, sure, like come on an episode, but I'm still really grateful, especially because I feel like Metal Gear to this day is still my favorite video game for sure. And I think its ability to connect with people on this very deep psychological level just kind of is a testament to why this podcast has been so successful and has meant so much to so many people. I mean, I know for me, it was such a savior at my job. When I worked corporate, it used to like bring me so much happiness every Monday when it was just like such a drag. I just remember like ugly laughing in my office to myself to this podcast. So thanks again for everyone who listened, everyone who dealt with my chaotic antics on this show, and especially to Alessio, Sam, and Isaac for being so cool and letting me be a part of it. See ya.
Whoa.
Amazing.
I want to circle back to what you said while we were listening to it, Alessio, because that's we like just our undercurrents not in here, but like, yeah, if Alice, if you think your shit was chaotic, the Death Stranding shit. Oh my god! I always love that we were able to give her the opportunity to speak to Christopher on the podcast.
Oh yeah, 100%. That is one of my other standout memory involving Alice is when she told me that she was listening to episode 50.5 where we were reviewing The Phantom Pain, which for anybody who doesn't know, the adult parody film.
Metal Gear Solid, The Phantom
Pain. She was talking to me about listening to that episode, and then she accidentally unplugged her headphones, and her entire office heard what she was listening to.
Oh god, I love it.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
The secondhand embarrassment is real.
That's incredible. Once again, through line of this show, keeping people company through the capitalistic hell that we all live in.
Right.
You know what? I think I'm going to write strongly worded letters to various companies across the United States and say, hey, I was involved in keeping your workers happy. If we could receive some sort of compensation.
Yeah. Were you made happier by the Metal Gear Mondays podcast? You may be entitled to financial compensation.
Fuck yeah. That'd be amazing.
If you or a loved one have had mesothelioma.
Have you been struck by a vehicle where somebody closed their eyes and took their hands off the wheel while listening to Metal Gear Monday?
Have you been a victim of Jesus taking the wheel?
I think I literally told people to close their eyes while driving multiple times.
It's true.
You did it literally, I'm pretty sure,
in
last
this
episode.
I think you did it in this episode.
Yeah, potentially.
I've heard you say it recently.
Yeah, I'm going to need stats on how many vehicle accidents.
Alessio violated OSHA.
Jesus.
Yes.
We're going to move on to our first longer message, but it's a good one. And this is actually sent to us, I think, on my birthday this year.
Wow.
So happy 32nd birthday, Alessio. Here's a message from Ryan Payton.
What have you got there?
Hey everybody, this is Ryan Payton, and just wanted to wish a big congratulations to the Metal Gear Mondays crew for putting together an amazing amount of content, great content, being great partners to work with, being so pleasant and positive, and also for the community, for just being there and supporting the show, and for your love of the Metal Gear franchise. I have to imagine that running the show in a franchise that's fairly dormant these days has got to be really difficult. So, and I don't know if that's the reason why you all are sunsetting this really great series, but if that's part of the reason, I wouldn't blame you, right? Because it's we can only look so far into the back catalog so many times, right? Granted, there's the movie that's coming up, and then there's all the rumors about possible Metal Gear Solid 1 remake, which I really hope happens. And who knows in the future if Konami decides to dust off its back catalog even more. I think that's reason for excitement. Like personally, I love to see a studio put together like a Metal Gear portable collection that allows players to experience Metal Gear Acid 1, Metal Gear Acid 2, and Metal Gear Solid portable ops for the first time outside of the PSP and PlayStation Vita platform. And heck, somebody somewhere has got to figure out a way to have a developer help get Metal Gear Solid 4 out of the PlayStation 3 platform and onto modern consoles and PC. I mean, that would be amazing. That's something I hope to see one day as well. And also new content as well. So we'll see, right? But in the meantime, I just hope that you all are really proud of the work that you did. And I'm excited for you all to move on to other things. And also I'm excited for newcomers to this podcast series. Like anybody who's stumbling on it is going to just come across a treasure trove of great interviews, great content, great discussions, very thoughtful work. And so, yeah, I tip my hat to you all. So best of luck moving forward, and hopefully, the best is yet to come.
Yeah.
Wow, the best is yet to come.
We had messages from so many hunks on this episode.
Lots of hunks.
Is it safe to say, is this the definitive Metal Gear podcast? Obviously, the definitive Metal Gear Mondays
I'm going to
podcast.
call it the definitive Metal Gear podcast.
It's got to be, right?
So it's definitely the most definitive Metal Gear Mondays podcast.
Only one I've ever heard of.
Hell yeah.
I will say one of my big regrets, because Ryan is out in Japan now, which is good for him. But
smart man, middle of the fucking 2016 election cycle. He's like, I'm out of here.
But I regret that we never got a chance to go get our Red Robin at the Redmond Red Robin, because the Bellevue Square one closed, as we talked about in the episode that we wrote together.
He's amazing. No, he's a super sweet guy. I mean, I know I mentioned it on the final episode of Metal Gear Mondays Revengeance, and I think we mentioned it on the roundtable as well. But I just want to thank Ryan Payton for contacting Sam, who then contacted me, who then relayed it to the new hosts. But he heard, which is crazy. That makes me think he's got to be a listener. Ryan heard that they were doing the Portable Ops season as an upcoming season, and then reached out to all of us, who relayed it to the new hosts. And what they would do, and James, I thought this was super fucking cool, and I wish we would have done it on some of our seasons. Yeah. But they would do a normal episode, then he would guest and talk about that part of the game as far as like from the development side. And then they would do another episode, then he would come back on and talk, and then they would do another. It was fucking amazing.
Oh, that's smart. Cool. That's super cool.
Yeah, for sure. So I just want to say thanks to Ryan from the old guys for taking the time to be available for the podcast.
Mhm.
I'm 1 degree of separation from you, Suzuki. Thanks to Ryan Payton.
The other thing too is that when he mentioned in that message that like it's gonna like stand because we said before, like once the podcast we're gonna continue hosting the show, people can still come back and find it and listen to it and enjoy it. But he said something. It was like this.
Hold on. We're not going to continue hosting the show.
Well,
the show will continue to exist.
It can be hosted online. Yes.
Before we get listener letters being when's the next
No.
episode?
Yeah, we're not hosting the show. The show is being hosted online so people can continue listening to the back catalog.
James is hosting it by himself. That's why he's here.
Shouting into the void for a while. What's Otacon up to now?
This is the transition episode.
The Jimmy Stinger Power Hour.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's the end of Metal Gear Mondays, but it's the beginning of Metal Gear Reichmuth.
Metal Gear Reichmuth Revengeance. But no, he mentioned it was like this treasure trove of just like interviews and content and stuff like that. And I remember like when we were initially getting the actors and stuff to start jumping in on the podcast and do interviews, we explained it to them. It's like, we want this to be like this time capsule of the series. And I feel like that's kind of what we've done. Like it's just this, it'll just be there as like this monument to this series that we love so much.
Oh yeah. No, it's
that's
pretty
really
dope.
cool.
Okay, so we've got 3 more left on this section of the show. I am going to elect that we hear from 2 guests back to back. And these 2 guests...
Without commenting in between?
Yeah, no commenting in between.
Okay.
These guests are me and Sam's dads.
Oh, no way.
Cannot
That's
wait.
so cool.
Yeah.
You guys are going to make me cry.
James, did you ever listen to, so for Father's Day, we did an episode where Sam introduced his dad to my dad?
Oh, no, I
They
didn't.
bonded over their shared
Oh,
military
that's so
time.
cool, guys.
Yeah, they were talking about the Air Force and Metal Gear.
Oh, that's
I do just want to throw this out there. I don't think my dad understood the assignment quite as well as Alessio's dad did, but
We'll talk about my dad, the overachiever, after.
yeah.
Remember that trick?
This is Tim, aka Sam's dad. I'd just like to let you know that I am very proud of what you've accomplished, and I wish you all the best in your future endeavors.
Why is there a box here?
Hello, this is John Summerfield. I'm sitting here eating these Ocean Spray Greek yogurt and cranberry thingies. You ever had those? They're beautiful. I need to stay away from these. I'm going to be fat again. I'm wanting to talk to you this evening about my son, Alessio, and his show that's finishing, Metal Gear Mondays. I'm kind of sad to see the series end. You know, this Hideo Kojima Konami game has been around for a long time. These bipedal walking tanks shooting nuclear weapons. Maybe Alessio liked it because his dad worked around nukes in the Air Force. I don't know. But I know we started out with the game where you shoot Nazis. What was it called? Wolfenstein? Yeah, he really liked that. So I'm sure that had something to do with his choice of this game. And I noticed that it released 2 years before his birthday, so that means he would have caught up with it around 10 or 11 years old. So I'm thinking that's the reason he talked up Metal Gear Solid so much, because the original Metal Gear was much too early for him to really get into. So it's around the PlayStation 1 time period, I'm thinking, that he got into this perhaps for the first time. Yeah, so Alessio, when he was young, it wasn't just playing video games. He wanted to talk about video games, and sometimes he would talk for hours, and I really, he'd ask me so many questions I had no idea how to answer sometimes, I really should have looked into the game and played a little more with him and things like that, but I never have been into video games. My brother Mike was into those, not me. But like I say, the solid version with the cyberpunk dystopian philosophical type stuff, he used to always talk about the philosophy and the things you learn, especially with the role-playing games he used to do. So it was a big deal for him, the games. It wasn't like a brain-dead kid just sitting on the couch, you know what I mean? It meant something to him, and I think you guys have found out that this show meant something to him. And you've been able to share in Alessio's life by, and the other 2 fellows as well. Sorry, I don't mean to leave you guys out, but Alessio's my son. But Yeah, it's really, you know, I only caught it like half a dozen times, and I bragged to my students that I teach. I teach high school. So I bragged to them about my son having the Metal Gear Mondays. And we even listened to it a couple times in class until, of course, we were barraged with a bunch of curse words one time. But that's something I try to keep my kids away from. We're trying to teach them differently. But anyway, it was good fun listening to you guys for this long. And if you hadn't been on so long, I probably wouldn't have caught it the sixth time. So thank you for staying on. I think also he likes this Metal Gear Solid because it's adaptation to other media, especially comics and stuff like that. You know, the Snake and Big Boss and all that. Those are words I've heard in the house. So Alessio and your friends, whose names, as you can tell, I've forgotten because I didn't write them down. My goodness. Anyway, Sam, I think, is one, and I can't remember the other kid's name. I'm so sorry, but I say kid. You're not kids anymore, but it seemed like that's when you started. But anyway, enjoy your lives, and I hope that you find something else to kill time with, you know. I'm kidding. I know you guys stay busy, but I love you guys. Have a good one, and thank you again.
Thanks, Dad.
Oh my
That was
Thanks a lot, Mr. Summerfield.
That's a lot to unpack.
Isaac, I just want to throw this out there. I've been friends with Alessio for a long time. We've talked about this. I've been friends with Alessio for 10 plus years at this point. Isaac has been friends with Alessio for 20 plus years, and he forgot Isaac.
Yeah,
And he thought about it too. He thought hard.
He did. He said, like, you know, Sam, I think, is one. And I can't remember the other guys.
I just want to be seen.
Yeah, my dad. Well, so one thing too that I really want to camp out on for a second is the fact that my dad said, because my dad currently is teaching like high school students at like a private military academy school.
Oh, sick.
And my dad straight up goes, shared the podcast with my students. We've listened to it a couple of times, but we've had to stop when it gets real filthy. I like the idea that my dad was like, what's the Phantom Peen? Let's click on this episode.
Well, as you know, Otacon stays nasty. So.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Throwback.
All right, let's close this section off with one last message. And this comes from our good friend, Nitroid.
Oh, hell yeah.
Also going to plug his show right here. So when Metal Gear Mondays is over, you should all shift over to listening to the Kojima Frequency.
Yeah.
It's good.
Hey all, this is Nitroid from the Kojima Frequency. Congratulations to all of you for the absolutely stellar run, and for everything you've accomplished over the past 6 years. Aside from the many deep dives and interviews you've done, you were also kind enough to invite me on to reminisce over the history behind the Metal Gear fan community. You've certainly earned your place in that history with Metal Gear Mondays. I wish nothing but the best of luck to each of you in the future.
Everybody's wishing us a lot of luck. Do they know something that we
I was
don't?
gonna say, yeah, everybody's wishing a lot of luck.
I love that Craven and my dad both wish us the best in our future endeavors at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's happening?
What endeavors do they know about?
Are we gonna die after this?
I don't know.
What they don't know is what we don't know is that the moment this episode publishes to the internet, all of our hearts are gonna stop beating.
Oh no!
I don't know about about future endeavors, but current endeavors. YouTube.com/Sam vs. Sam. Just throwing that out. The verses is spelled out.
Quick trademark Summerfield family morbidity question.
Yeah.
If one of us died, do you think you'd be okay with listening to the show again, knowing that their voice is in there?
Well, I wouldn't listen to anything because I'm dead.
No, yeah, of course. But I'm saying, like, if Isaac died, or if I died, or if Sam died,
would
would
I
you
still listen to the
show?
podcast?
Yeah. It's like 300 hours of our existence imprinted onto the internet.
Yeah, well,
that is true.
The living tribunal will always come back.
It's true. I would listen
upload
to
our consciousness into the cloud. You know,
I'd listen to the episode that I did with Alessia where I don't know anything about Metal Gear.
Oh, I forgot about that one.
Yeah, it's
my. You know, me being a sentimental person, I have like, I make sure, and this is, I make sure to save the most recent voicemail message from my grandma.
Mm-hmm.
Totally. I'll delete the one right before it and keep the most recent one just so I have her voice just in case. So I feel like having this like 300 something 270 episode podcast where I can like go back, and if something like that were to happen, I could be like, oh well, I miss Alessio, I'm gonna listen to this.
Yeah,
you know,
it's super cool, and for it to be like such a fun thing that like we all shared, that's neat. It's a little time capsule. I mean, Alessio, it's kind of what we said about Dev Diary, you know, in a lot of ways too. It's cool. Like we create these little time capsules of all these different periods, and I don't know. I want to
If
get
I
too
ever have kids,
philosophical.
I'm pulling the whole show down.
Yeah, that's smart.
Honestly, yeah. They can't know about the Phantom Pain.
No. So, guys, we're going to shift over to a very exciting part of the show. This is going to be all of our past interviews. I say all. This is going to be this whole section is going to be past interviews. These are our past interviews trying to say hello. So, we're going to start in a weird spot. We're going to start with co-host for Nitroid. We're going to start with Fingers.
Yeah.
Hey, Bucks. Metal Gear Mondays. What's up, everybody? It's Fingers with a 1 and a 3 for the I and the E. Hey, congrats to you guys for hitting over 200 episodes. That is impressive on its own. 6 years is a long time to be doing a podcast. I know just for the little bit over a year that I've been doing the Kojima Frequency, it's been a ton of work. So I can only imagine what you guys have been doing on the back end to keep it going with booking constant guests and all that. It's a lot of work. But I wanted to thank you for having me on your show. It was a lot of fun. I actually got some feedback saying like, hey, where's this energy at? Like usually, you know, you guys definitely tapped into something with me, you know, on an interview level where, you know, it was a lot of fun and we had, you know, just an overall good conversation. But yeah, I wanted to wish everybody behind the project well on your future endeavors and congrats on 200 plus episodes. You're pretty good.
A cardboard box.
Future endeavors again.
Dude, what is up?
Yeah, it's weird.
They all know.
What's up with the future endeavors, guys?
Future endeavors for the third time. What the hell?
Are we gonna die?
Somebody's got a secret.
I'm just really scared.
This is what Alessio's been leading us up to. This is what.
Yeah. At the very, very end, the listener response just says, "Look behind you," and then everybody does.
Look behind you.
So suddenly a door appears in all of our rooms that wasn't there before.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that's very creepy.
Oh, here we go.
But yeah, listen to the Kojima Frequency podcast. That's good. And then also Fingers Music on YouTube. And
Bandcamp.
He's got all of his and Bandcamp, all of his social media is on his YouTube banner as well. But Fingers Music with a 1 and a 3 for the I and the E.
God, it's just that's one of those cinnamon in a minute, just real gratifying to say. You know,
one and a 3 for the I and the E. I'm glad he said that because every time I tried to like write out credit or like mention him, I'd be like, how do you fucking do this? And I never put together that it was just two numbers that replaced the letters that looked like them. So that's a good way to remember.
Oh, yes. Moving us forward through time, actually backwards through time in this case, we're gonna go talk to our favorite translator and one of our favorite voice directors, Jeremy Blaustein.
Jeremy.
It's Jeremy.
This is Jeremy Blaustein from Dragon Baby. I want to say a big thanks for all the memories to the greatest Metal Gear podcast that ever existed.
Hot damn.
He said it.
Yeah, there it is.
Wow.
Guys, we short and sweet.
We did it.
Yeah,
short,
we did it.
Sweet, and powerful. Jeremy Blaustein.
Oh yeah, I imagine that's what he's like in real life too. Short, sweet, and
powerful. Mm-hmm.
God bless you, Jeremy Blaustein. I hope that you brought a little piece of Long Island with you to Japan. And it's been interesting to live in New York after talking to you about New York. He's a good human being, very good guy. Without further ado, since we're doing voice directors, I present you with Chris Zimmerman Salter.
Hey.
Here she goes, guys. This is the voice director for all things Metal Gear, as well as a whole bunch of other stuff. Like an amazing amount of stuff.
Down, inside and out, pseudo-chronological order.
Yeah. Chris Zimmerman Salter's resume is I think her resume could legitimately be an entire podcast just covering her stuff.
Coming soon to a podcast.
No, don't insult her Sundays. No, it's insane. Yeah, it's like Eternal Darkness, a whole bunch of God of Wars,
Wow, that's
all the Legacy of Kain things, Killer 7, all the Metal Gear games, tons of shit in here,
That's
man.
wild.
Tomb Raider, a ton of them.
Oh.
Yeah, she does a lot of stuff. Scooby-Doo, Resident Evil. Hey, I'm playing one of the things she directed, Resident Evil Revelations 2, right now.
Oh, wow.
So, thanks, Chris. Coming at you, pre-recorded.
Chris Zimmerman Salter here to say a fond farewell to Metal Gear Mondays. I want to say a big thank you and shout out to both Alessio and Sam for all the hard work they've done over the past several years. And to let y'all know that Who Played Eve goes with me. Good luck, everybody. Thank you for listening. And I have one last thing to say. I hear it's amazing when the famous purple stuffed worm in Flapjaw space with the tuning fork does a raw blink on Harikiri Rock. I need scissors, 61. Bye, guys.
Whoa.
I love it.
I need scissors, 61.
It's like my favorite moment in a Metal Gear, I think. So thank you, Chris.
That's incredible.
Yeah, she's great. I wish we knew who played Eva.
Yeah, I wish you would quit. I wish you would quit teasing us about that. Cool. Coming up next is our favorite woman from Down Under, Donna Burke, baby.
Oh, cheeky.
The iDroid herself, ladies and gentlemen. And a phenomenal singer, of course, on top of that. So I present you with Donna Burke.
Hello, Metal Gear Mondays Revengeance. This is Donna Burke here, the iDroid and your regular woho. Listen, I'd love to please remain clear of the strike zone. Oh, jeez, look, I'd love to give you a message, but I'm having some difficulties. Staff assignment complete. Oh, sorry about that. I've got a glitch in my personality, nothing big. The iDroid's taking over, but heard your news that this is your last podcast. Alliance disbanded. Development complete. Oh, well, damn. But anyway, congrats on your 200 episode. Well done. Withdrawn from Alliance. Alessio, Chris, Tori, Warren, can you hear me? Is anyone listening? Caution, you are about to leave the mission area. Goodbye.
That was so good.
She's great.
That's amazing.
Literally, I mentioned I think in one of the last couple episodes, but like her calling me cheeky was just a delight.
Yeah, she's amazing. I love Donna Burke.
Wonderful.
Yeah, as also told on a previous episode, I think I said that I would be her manservant. Is that what I said?
Well, you asked us who of all of our interviews would love to like be lovers with, which was a strange question to ask, and then you immediately said Donna. So
Sandstorm approaching. Oh no. Yeah. So
okay, I'm done. Sorry.
Moving ahead in the timeline, we're actually going to hear from Die Hardman from Death Stranding.
Tommy, what a delightful guy.
Oh, Tommy Earl Jenkins. Sam, you conducted this interview. Do you want to tell us about it after we hear from him?
Yeah, of course.
All right, let's do it.
Hey, this is Tommy Earl Jenkins, a.k.a. Die Hardman from Death Stranding. I just want to give a big shout out to all of the Metal Gear Mondays listeners and to the hosts for bringing this fantastic podcast to the gaming community. And even though the show might be ending, it's not ending. You've got memories that will live on forever, and I want to thank you for making my experience on your podcast an incredibly memorable one. So remember, this is not goodbye. It's until we meet again. So, keep on keeping on. Die Hardman out.
Hell yeah.
Jeez.
Do you think he wears that mask in real life?
I hope so.
I feel like I've seen him post on Twitter with the mask before, so I yeah, why not? Why wouldn't you? It's a cool mask.
I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to go out on an Isaac limb here and say I think Tommy Earl Jenkins' performance in Death Stranding was the best one in the game.
Yeah, Tommy is a great actor. His big emotional moment at the end of that game was incredible. And talking to him, like, he's just such a delightful guy. very friendly. And it was really cool talking to him because like we learned a little bit about like what it was like in Germany around the time that the fucking walls fell. like it was cool. It was just cool to talk to him. So he's a very cool guy, and I really enjoyed. I think Chris and I talked to him when we did his interview, and we had a really good time talking to him. So.
Yeah, it's a great episode. I went back and listened to it again, I think for the first time since it aired, when I was cutting together clips for part 3, and it was awesome. Coming up next is our good friend Kim, my guest, Mei Ling herself. What a amazing, positive, cheerful human being.
I want to say, because before we play it, I texted this to you when I listened to it, but you did that little clippy thing in episode 3 where it was just like, I'm so and so, blah 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 from the interviews, and just ending it with and we're doing a podcast, and her going, it's like magic. It was like, it just warmed my heart. She's such a delightful human being.
Yeah, she's excellent. All right, here we go, guys. Kim, my guest.
Hey, this is Kim I, and I just wanted to thank Alessio, Warren, Tori, and Chris, and everyone involved in Metal Gear Mondays for all the work they did to explore the legend that is Metal Gear. Wow, what amazing work you did. And it really shows what you can do when you have a passion for something. So how about one last quote from Mei Ling? Hello, Mei Ling here. Like I always say, find your passion and, well, go for it. You might create the next Metal Gear, or even save the world from climate change. Go for it. Mei Ling, signing off.
God bless you, Kim.
My goodness.
What a great message, but I sure hope we don't create the next Metal Gear.
Yeah,
Like,
please.
That sounds bad for the world.
Yeah, absolutely. James, if you could make your own Metal Gear, what would you call it?
Stinger, slings, sharks.
Oh, yeah?
Snake, we need you to infiltrate St. Louis, Missouri. Rumors are coming back to us that Metal Gear Stinger slings sharks.
Oh, man.
You know, another near and dear to my heart, sweetheart of Metal Gear Mondays. It's no one other than Debbie Mae West. Miss Fredmeyer herself.
Whoa.
Debbie Mae West.
Well, lolly lilo loo. Lolly lila, la lila. I don't remember. Hi, it's Debbie Mae West. Meryl Silverberg, just wanting to shout out to all the fans and listeners of Metal Gear Mondays who will be shutting down their program. And I just want to thank them for having me. I think it was a while back that I was on the show. But anyway, I just wanted to say hello to everyone, farewell, and everyone just keep on playing and keep on having a great time. All right, lots of love, everyone. And by the way, I'm no rookie.
Oh, wow.
Amazing.
I love it.
Debbie,
So
I love
sick.
you. I love her her trying to say lolly, whatever. Her trying to do that was like me trying to say David Lydon.
A little lolly lule Latin loopy loo.
Amazing. So I'm going to play this next person with no introduction because I don't think they need one. And then we're going to talk about something special that they're going to be doing.
Snake, it's Otacon. Snake, I just learned that Metal Gear Mondays is ending its run. Snake, what are we going to do with our Mondays now? Snake, are you listening to me? Ow, what was that? Oh, it's just a cardboard box. Wait a minute. Snake, are you under there? Snake? Snake? Snake! This is Christopher Randolph, otherwise known as Otacon, and his father Huey in the Metal Gear series. I just want to wish Metal Gear Mondays a very happy closing. You guys have been amazing throughout your entire run, and it's been a really good one. And all of us associated with the game really enjoyed it. So thank you so much, and on to better things. hopefully there'll be a reason to bring it back every now and then. Anyway, thanks you guys. All the best.
Please don't put that on us.
That evil on us, Christopher Randolph.
I will say though, I'm sure that it was a nicety, but I'm going to take it as official. Apparently, the entire cast of Metal Gear Solid listens to Metal Gear Mondays. So thanks.
That's what I heard. That's exactly what I heard.
Co-signed.
100%.
No doubt.
My favorite thing about interviewing Christopher was finding out about his passion for baking.
Oh yeah,
that was so nice.
It's so crazy,
so wholesome.
I do want to take this time right here to plug something for Christopher, actually. So he has never, ever, ever done a convention, ever.
Oh, he's going to be at C2E2, isn't he?
Yeah, he's going to be at C2E2 in Chicago in
With
December.
David.
Yes, Christopher, if you guys want to go see David and Christopher in one place, David and Hal, it's his first time ever at a con or with David. So if you live in Chicago, cool. I'm talking to you, Tyler Washington. If you're near Chicago, you should seek him out. He's a good dude. Very good people. All right. Well, I think that's it for these. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. No, there's actually one more.
You're doing a fucking sneaky thing. You're doing a thing. Alessio's doing a fucking sneak thing.
Yeah, he is.
Sneak thing, the sneak king, Alessio Ezekiel Summerfield.
Metal Gear. Metal Gear Mondays. Metal Gear Mondays. This is Solid Snake. I understand that after 6 years and more than 200 episodes, that Metal Gear Mondays is ending. Well, all things must come to an end, but this is particularly sad. I very much enjoyed being interviewed by Sam and Isaac and Alessio. I wanted to thank you for your support and to thank the audience for being so amazing and for having such great taste in video games and video game characters. So, I want to thank you again and wish you nothing but love and success and happiness for your future. But going forward isn't always easy. If I could offer any advice, it might be, try to remember the basics of CQC. Do your best to avoid getting into any unnecessary crab battles. And in this era of the Foxdie virus, as you go forward into the world, anytime you have to go outside, please, take a cardboard box. You'll just feel more comfortable in the box. Thanks, you guys, for everything. And listen, anytime you're feeling down, either you or your audience, just remember this. Metal Gear Mondays? You're pretty good.
Whoa.
Wow.
What a great man.
That was something else.
That went places, man.
Wow.
Isaac, how does it feel to be noticed by Senpai?
Oh my gosh.
Chills.
I just can't. I got no
I like
words.
it. I like how that was Isaac's one.
Yeah.
That was
amazing.
Amazing.
Thanks, David. There were certain people, I swear to God, there are certain people we interviewed that I probably sound like a super annoying pest, but I think like every 2 or 3 days, I was just like, hey, it's me again. I hope everything's okay. Some people responded immediately. They were like, fuck yeah, I remember you guys. Here's a message right away.
Yeah, I went to Tommy, like, because I messaged him on Twitter, and like he was just like, yeah, I can do something. That was my very bad Tommy Jenkins impression, but he sent me something very quickly, and it was great. Like yeah, I don't know. I appreciate it. Like it's still surreal to me that we got to talk to all those people that did the characters from this game series that we grew up with. Like it never ceases to amaze me how awesome it was that we got the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, it's the whole thing's incredibly surreal.
Yeah. Like meeting Cam Clark and David Hayter in person and having inside jokes with them, and like it's just like, what the hell is this world, man?
Yeah,
it's wild and cool.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. The highlight to my life, when I'm on my deathbed, what I'm going to be thinking about is running through a laser tag arena, listening to the Doom soundtrack, and being on the same team as M. Bison and Solid Snake and being the MVP for the day. So yeah, what the fuck? That was the weirdest moment of my life.
That's so cool.
I loved it. And then getting called out on a panel by David Hayter for doing that was fucking amazing.
Yeah, we were right front row on that panel, and they were just like, those guys.
yeah. Stay away from those freaks.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Well, you know what, guys? Speaking of interviews, I kind of feel like I'm feeling a little charitable, but what do you guys think? Do you think this is where we lose it? This is where it goes?
I think we should open the floodgates.
Oh no.
Oh no. Do we need Is there anything that we should do here to make it special? I mean, does anybody have any final requests before we lead into this? Do we just go in straight away?
Well, I think we just go in dry, honestly.
We could go in dry. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just go in dry.
I want it all the way.
Hi, I'm Casey Calvert, otherwise known as Hushy from Metal Rear Solid, the Phantom Peen.
Amazing. The most surreal thing I've heard on this podcast. Crazy
much.
Yes. So yeah, just doing a just a regular Google search as a Metal Gear fan brought us to this amazing film.
Nothing suspect at all.
Yeah, not at all.
Nothing unusual whatsoever.
Yeah, no incognito tabs needed. Nothing.
Yeah. 3 VPNs and 2 incognito windows later. Casey, the thing that I 100% have got to know is, do you even know what Metal Gear is?
I did not when they hired me to make this movie. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you.
Follow-up question. Did the fans scare the shit out of you like they do us?
No. So I got the booking. The way it works in porn is you just they contact your agent, they tell you you're hired for this job. You can say like, no thank you, I don't want to do that job. But you just find out that you have been booked. And so I was like, I'm doing a parody. Let me look up the source material. So I did a little bit of Googling and I watched a little bit of gameplay. And then went to work. And then I don't know, do you maybe know what year it was? I can't remember when I shot that scene.
Oh man, I can't remember. So
we long time ago.
Yeah. So the game came out in like 2015. So I think it would have to be probably between 2015, 2017, something like that, I would assume.
That makes sense based on like the length of my hair when I
I actually, funnily enough, I've had the IMDb page for it pulled up, and it says February 8th, 2017 is when it was released.
Okay, so I bet we shot in like December of 2016.
Okay.
Would be my guess. And I have been hearing from fans about this scene ever since, all the time.
That's crazy. Was this the only parody thing that you've done?
No, I've done quite a few. I guess my main parody claim to fame is that I was the first Jessica Jones ever on film.
Oh.
So before there was a Netflix show, I was Jessica Jones.
That's amazing.
But parodies used to be a really, really, really big thing in the industry. They're not so much anymore, but they're fun.
That's awesome.
How involved do you get with the process of because you said your agent will call you and tell you, but are there occasions where you see something on a casting call and say, I want to do that? Or how involved do you get with casting stuff?
It doesn't really work that way. Okay. People don't even really necessarily announce that they're casting. They just hire you. They're, companies and producers and directors are very familiar with the talent pool. They just hire you if they want you to do the job. Granted, as a director, I'm very involved, but as a performer, you just kind of get hired.
Does that make it kind of I guess, because how long have you been in the business for?
I have been naked on the internet since 2011.
What a way to put it.
So I guess with the directors and the agents all being really familiar, does that make it kind of hard to break into the business because of that? Or how did you find it breaking in?
No, it's not necessarily hard to break in. I also got very lucky. My agent, his name is Mark Spiegler, and he's kind of known as the best agent in the business, and I got very lucky with him. Breaking into mainstream porn, I mean, it's really easy to be a sex worker and naked on the internet these days with OnlyFans and everything else. It's very easy. It's much easier than it was when I started. You get an agent, you tell your agent what kind of work you're available for, and then people start to book you. And as long as you are professional and show up on time and do a good job, they continue to hire you.
Seems pretty normal.
It's pretty normal. Yeah. It's really pretty normal.
I was going to say, it sounds just like network TV that I work in. That's amazing. Casey, so I'm curious. I did not realize until we were looking you up before we sent off our email.
Yeah.
So before you started in the industry, were you still in Gainesville, Florida?
Yeah.
So weirdly enough, I lived in Gainesville, Florida for like 8 years, and both of my parents are like UF alumni.
Oh,
so it was super
amazing.
Weird. I was like, oh.
Yeah. I am also a Gator. I graduated from UF. I grew up in Gainesville.
That's crazy.
Yeah, my family's still there.
Jeez. Yeah, I think so. My dad's family is all like rural northern Florida.
Sure.
Like hardcore redneck, like Lake City, Live Oak kind of.
Yep, I know exactly where that is.
But I was definitely like living in Gainesville probably all the way up until like 2001. So it's just such a weird...
Then we were definitely there at the same time. For sure.
Amazing.
Absolutely.
That's phenomenal. I think so. Outside of that, so I mean, I don't know. So I kind of want to get through the rest of the sort of like obligatory Metal Gear questions before we continue down the road, because I 100% want to talk to you about like now that you're writing and directing, and like let's talk about Primary and some other stuff.
Sure.
But I guess just to kind of scratch off the rest of the sort of Metal Gear and parody questions, I was curious, like, can you walk us through the was it a single shoot day? Did you guys do pickups?
Nope, it was a single shoot day. If I remember correctly, I arrived at the location where we were shooting the night before, because we did not shoot this in Los Angeles, and I will be respectful of Brazzers and not say where we shot this, but it was not Los Angeles, which is pretty normal.
Did you go to the Ukraine?
No, I took about a 1 hour flight and arrived in the desert. Then we woke up very early the next morning and drove out into the middle of nowhere.
Oh shit. Yeah, what is that like? Are there like PAs standing around to like beat people up? Like what happens?
We were so far in the middle of nowhere. We didn't have any issues with any other people being around. We just like really went out into the desert.
Well, this is me showing my ass a little bit, because I think if you really pay attention to a lot of porn, when they start outside, it always like transitions inside.
Yeah.
But this was all outdoors, so I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, we just really went out there. I'm a very risk averse kind of person, and I am not interested in getting arrested for shooting porn in a public place.
Yes.
So for me to be comfortable doing this, we drove for a long time on dirt roads and just like went out there.
Beyond the hour-long flight.
Yes.
That's wild.
It was a very, very, very long day.
This might be a total duh question, but I mean, does that fuck with your performance? Like while you're out there, are you just like constantly nervous, or were you able to feel like relieved enough to do the job?
In terms of getting busted, or like having a bystander walk up upon us while we're in the middle of fucking, I calmed down about that after about an hour when it was really, really, really quiet. But that being said, it was fucking freezing.
Oh, no.
It was
really
freezing. That is what I remember most from this day, is that it was so cold. And I'm in that tiny little bikini, and like I have, a little gun belt strapped on, and that's my whole wardrobe. I'm pretty naked. And it was just, it was December, probably November or December in the desert. And it was windy and it was freezing.
Credit to you guys. 100% could not tell that you were shivering.
so like when we weren't, like when they were setting up the little tent and stuff, and whenever I wasn't shooting, I was hanging out in the SUV. We drove out there and with the heat on so I could try and stay warm. But like during the actual sex portion, we would actually have to stop and like shiver for a minute and then start again because it was so cold and so windy.
Well, because like in contrast, you have you, and then you have Charles with his like full kit,
full clothes. I know. And if I remember correctly, he never really took his clothes off during the scene, and I think that was because it was so cold.
Classic video games. Am I right?
Yeah.
Not a patch of skin to be seen on these men, but these women.
Exactly.
That's kind of how it is in the actual video game too.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense to me.
Well, so we've established that it was cold. Now I have to ask you the most obligatory question because we did a diatribe on this during our podcast episode. How dry was it?
Do you mean like
I mean whatever you want me to mean.
My body in the desert.
Just take it to whatever place you feel you need to.
It was pretty dry. It was the desert. It was pretty dry.
That's the best answer that there could have possibly been. Yeah, I don't know what it was about the day that we were recording, but we 100% just got stuck on like how dry everything must have been. That was just like a running thread through that whole episode.
The whole thing is deserving of that, I think.
Do you feel? I mean, I guess because it's like this whole parody, the parody thing, because taking out the dryness and the coldness of it, is it?
Yeah.
Do you find it's easier to kind of like be goofier or get into parody stuff, or do you prefer like more like just standard like non-parody things?
Honestly, I really like variety, and I love acting, and I love playing different characters. And so if it is a parody thing and I'm supposed to be a little more over the top, that's really fun. If it's supposed to be more mainstream and romantic, then that's really fun. I just like the variety and the different things I get to do.
Was that something fun when it came to writing and directing Primary, that you had all these different couples that had their own unique set of circumstances? Did that provide variety in that regard as well?
I've honestly never looked at it like that, but sure, yes. It does. When you're writing, I approach screenwriting as if I was just writing a movie, and then instead of the camera cutting away when the people start to kiss, you just kind of keep watching.
I love that. That's an awesome log line.
So that's very much the way I approach writing. So I've never really thought about it from a variety point of view, but you're not wrong that like each character is inherently different. That's kind of one of the goals I feel like of writing, is to make not everybody sound the same and be the same.
Yeah, overanalyzing is what we do here. So
that is fine with me.
Our favorite extracurricular activity is overanalyzing everything.
I am happy to play that game. I do before we like move away from talking about the parody, I do have a story for you that I'm very excited to tell, because when I listened to like the first 10 to 15 minutes of the episode you did before, I was like, these guys are chill, I can do this show. There was a lot of talk about like, oh, there's a lot of anal. And she's doing an okay. And
now you know where the dry was coming from.
I had to get my butt ready in the desert.
Oh no.
They had warned me that was going to be the case, so it wasn't a surprise. I'm not throwing them under the bus, that was a surprise. But I had to prep in the sand in the desert with like zero. I'm like hiding. I'm like squatting behind an SUV, going, "Everybody, leave me alone for a few minutes."
No!
They did the PA did something very kind, which was brought a thermos of warm water that I could use to clean my butt. Was very polite, was very kind, and very, very sweet. But that was an adventure.
That's insane. Well, God bless good PAs. Let's just moment of silence for good PAs.
Yes.
I like to think that if I was at a certain point in my career that I would have been that PA for you that day, Casey. So.
I was very much at the point in my career when we shot this where I was like, yeah, I'll be the girl who cleans her butt in the desert. Like, yeah, I can do that.
No.
And now that I'm old, I would be like, do we have to? Like, can we? Do we have to? Like, do I actually have
There's another place this could go without. That's what was it like? Like, so the PA, obviously you're saving grace, but like
Yes.
what was it like on set, like working with Charles and the director and everything like that? How was the set besides, the obvious?
I had worked with this crew a bunch of times before we did this. They're all great. I can't remember if this was my first time working with Charles or not. But he was great. He was really easy to work with. The fight scene with him was really easy to do. He kept his dick hard in the cold, so that was a thing that was important.
Professionalism.
Yeah.
Right.
It would have been I wouldn't have such fond memories of this adventure if his dick wouldn't have worked.
I feel like you just described every story.
Every sexual encounter ever.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just in general.
Yeah.
Forget about the desert. Like, where are you in the dating game right now?
Exactly.
Man, I've been thrown for a loop. So let me ask you this, actually. So now that you have been doing, I'm going to acknowledge my ignorance. I don't know how long you've been directing, but now that I know for sure you've been directing for a little while,
since 2019, the beginning of 2019.
Nice. So now that you've done some directing work, would you have directed The Phantom Peen any differently?
Oh, what a good question. I probably would have asked Brazzers. They would have said no. But I probably would have said to them, it's really cold in December in the desert. It gets really windy. Maybe can we wait 6 months and shoot this when it's warmer? And they would have said no, because that is what it is. And they think that, their headquarters are in Canada, so everything in the United States is very warm.
Right, to them.
To them, yeah. So they almost certainly would have said no, but that might have been the only thing I would have changed, was just like, you know what, let's maybe not this time of year.
Well, and the weird thing about that too is like the game had come out like 2 years before. Well, a year and a half before.
Yeah.
So part of me is like, what's the rush now? You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. I wonder if there is like a hot market on like somebody being like, all right, in 2 years, we have to release this porn parody to coincide with the release of Godzilla versus King Kong. No.
I mean, okay, so there is a very famous parody director. His name is Axel Braun, who does try to time his releases to correspond with the mainstream releases, in at least a little bit. But in this particular instance, this was kind of at a time when Brazzers was doing a parody of anything they could figure out to parody that like people would maybe want to see, because it makes for good analytics, and plainly
sure.
it makes for good analytics.
Oh, absolutely.
So they're just yeah. So they're just kind of doing, at this like 2017ish, they were just kind of parodying everything that they could think of. So it doesn't surprise me that this didn't really coincide with anything specific happening with the source material. It just, is what it is.
Yeah, for sure.
It was like 2 years later from when it was released. Yeah.
Hey, if it makes you feel any better, we put off covering that game on this show for several years ourselves.
Yeah,
So.
we started the podcast, I think, like a couple of weeks after it came out and didn't talk about it until like 2019.
Why though? Now I must know why.
Ooh.
Why did you take so long?
I think what our goal was initially when we started doing it was we wanted to kind of do the games in as close to a chronological sequence as we could, like release order. And
Okay.
this is a game series that's like something like 20 something years old at this point, and so we had a
Yeah.
lot to work with before we got there.
That makes perfect sense to me.
It became fun teasing everybody though, because everybody would
Yeah.
write in and be like, cover 5, and then it just turned into like, not yet.
Not yet. You have to keep listening. Makes perfect sense.
Hey, and if it makes you feel any better, the source material that your parody is based on is the most listened to material that we've done for our podcast.
Yeah. We've interviewed the actors that play characters in the video games
that you portrayed. We literally interviewed.
We interviewed the actress of the character that you are parodying in the Phantom Peen. Like that's
That's
amazing. Where
that's
we've
really
been.
cool. Actually, that's actually really cool. I don't know how to feel about that from my perspective, but like for you guys, that's really cool.
Yeah, she was the face and the voice, so it's extra
Oh,
weird that now we know.
That's nice. Yeah.
And surprise, here's Stephanie Houston.
Yeah.
Now I go crawl in a hole and die.
Oh
No, it's fine. I'm not embarrassed or ashamed that I have shot this porno. You know, this is just one of the many things that I've done.
Well, and to be totally candid, we don't think you should be embarrassed, and we're
No.
100%
No,
trying to
I-
steer clear of like the schlocky like porn is embarrassing.
Yeah,
stuff, you know?
no. That's like I got that vibe from you guys listening to the first 10 minutes. Like I pressed play expecting to listen to the entire thing before I made my decision about whether or not I felt comfortable coming on the show. And you guys were just like fucking around with it, and I was like, this is great. I love this.
Perfect. Hey, Isaac, you've been really quiet. Do you have a question for Casey?
It's brewing. It's brewing. Well, I guess I just wanted to know what got you into the directing aspect of it and like the writing portion.
Sure. Honestly, I got asked to do it.
Oh, nice.
I went to film school, so like I have a film degree. Ask me in many years ago what I wanted to do when I grew up, and I would have told you that I wanted to make movies. So it's not that far out of left field, but I didn't get into adult with the intention of one day being a director. That was not ever my intention. And then I got asked. There was a job opening at a company called Girls Way, and the owner of the company, her name is Bree, emailed me one day and said, hey, you want the job? And I said, sure, why not? I'll give this a shot. And then turns out it was really fun. And now I work exclusively for Erica Less.
That's awesome. I could have swore you were going to say it's not outside and in the cold.
And no, that's not true. I 2-ish months ago, I can't remember. Time is weird.
Yeah, time is fake these days.
Yeah, I made 8 performers have sex under a rain machine outside at like 1 a.m.
This is your revenge.
And it was cold. It was cold. I had in the BTS pictures, I have like a rain jacket on and a hat, and they're
A personal
all
hand warmer.
exactly, and I'm not soaking wet, and they're all fucking under the rain machine. It looked beautiful though. It was really fun. They all had fun. It was just very cold, but
And
I
the
only made
cycle
them do it
continues.
for like 20 minutes. We shot the Phantom Peen for many hours.
Oh no. It's so weird because the longer that I work in TV and film, the harder it is for me to watch porn and not think to myself, how many times has she had to do this? Like,
Oh, sure,
she's
yeah.
got to be exhausted in this shot. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, not even like the typical, like, oh man, if I were her dad, I would be so upset. But like the filmmaking, like,
Yeah.
Just like,
these fucking guys.
I can't watch porn anymore.
I bet.
I can't. It's been completely ruined. It's either like I'm watching my friends, or I'm watching people I don't like, or I am familiar with the production company or something, and I can't enjoy it anymore.
How often are you able to just like go into a scene and just get it done in one take? Like, is that anything does that happen ever?
Sure. That just happened 2 days ago.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we set action, and a couple of times the director gave us some notes while the camera was still rolling, but we just went all the way through, and then we were done like 45 minutes to an hour later.
That's insane.
Yeah, we just kind of did our thing.
Sam, before we started recording, you had a very interesting story. Would you like to tell that story?
I'm excited now.
I don't know if you know Madeline Monroe at all.
I do.
So
this is going to be way better.
This is going to be so. I have a group of friends, and the headline on this is young man can't watch the premiere of Vanderpump Rules with his friends because he's interviewing porn star Casey Calvert. But I told them that I was like, yeah, so I'm interviewing Casey Calvert, and my friend Haley, she goes, a girl I went to Christian school with is a porn star, pretty famous one, in fact, Madeline Monroe. She was mean to me. And she goes, the story she told, she said, one time I looked at her for a few seconds too long, honestly, just because I thought she was pretty, and she asked me what my problem was and rolled her eyes in front of a cafeteria of a bunch of people.
This story, I mean, yeah. Madeline works as a professional dom. That is very much
on brand.
Very much on brand. Very. She's lovely. I really like her. She's a friend, but that is very much what she does.
So you should tell your friend, Sam. You should tell your friend that she was practicing, because now that's what she does for a living.
Your friend got it for free. Now,
yeah, that's not something many people get for free.
Correct.
Well, I wasn't gonna say anything, but I've been goaded into it. So I guess the question is the question has been answered. I was gonna be like, why is she so mean to my friends? And it turns out,
I mean, that sounds like that was like high school.
Yeah, just like high
but,
school.
That is very much how she has branded herself, and how she makes a living is by being in charge and by being mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And people pay good money for that. And
people pay excellent money for that.
Perfect.
I'm gonna put Isaac back on the hot plate. Isaac, speak, boy. It's been too long. What questions do you have?
Yeah, that's a good question, Alessio. This is
Hey, Casey, what do you want Isaac to ask you? That's my next question.
Let's do
that.
I
don't know. This is your interview. I'm just here hanging out.
She's too good. She has an answer for everything, even Sam's weird Christian grade school question.
I'm very practiced at this.
True. How's your summer been?
It was good. It was good. It was, it's like COVID weird.
Yeah.
I don't know how it's the end of September already. It's very strange to me. I feel like it's July. It's just like time happens. It's weird, but it was a good summer overall. I made a couple movies and performed in a couple movies, and yeah.
I have a follow-up question.
Okay.
Tell me how set protocol is during COVID for the adult film industry.
Sure. We kind of mimic a mainstream set. In the adult industry, we test, obviously, for STIs.
Right.
All the time.
Mm-hmm.
Our STI testing centers also test for COVID now.
Oh, nice.
And so you go in before your shoot. Most companies do a 24 or a 48-hour COVID test. You go in, you get your little swab, you get your results the next morning, you go to work. If you have COVID, you don't go to work. And then on sets, the people who are not on camera wear masks, and we try to social distance as much as possible. On my sets, we changed the catering a little bit to try to have a little bit less contact and a little bit less touching of the same things. And, we sanitize everything. Not that we didn't do that before, but we especially sanitize everything. And now some companies are requiring vaccination along with a COVID test. So most people, I would say 70% of people in the business are vaccinated now. Nice. The rest are very libertarian.
The rest own Ron Paul t-shirts.
Good way to put it. So how long did it take for like everything to why a normal is obviously not, it means a different thing now, but like how long did it take back in 2020 for things to kind of start getting to a point where you could do stuff again?
People started going back to set July, August of 2020 in a very kind of stripped down fashion. I think I made my first movie in September of 2020.
Hey,
in terms of like going back from COVID, around like this time last year. And then it very, very, very slowly kind of ramped up, and people started doing more and more quantity because by this point companies were really hurting. A lot of porn is just based on quantity, and companies were running out of new scenes very quickly, and so it was like time to go back to work, and we just kind of ramped it back up. And then I feel like March, April of this year, it got back to somewhat of a normal capacity, but just with COVID testing and some additional precautions in place.
I want to walk something back real quick. I said, I have a question, and then barked a demand at you to tell me how the COVID situation is. So let me take my narc hat off for 2 seconds. No, that's awesome. That's that. It's weird again how much that mirrors like History Channel and A&E and all this other network TV. Because it was identical. Like we all thought we were going to get laid off, and then they were like, "Wait a minute, everybody's trapped at home, and all they want is TV."
Right.
And then we ran out of shit, and then it turned into shoot everything.
A lot of people think that porn is some weird mythical magic thing that happens, and really it's no different often than like working at the bank. You just take off your clothes, but it's also really no different than any other kind of film production. Some studios are more like network TV, some studios are more like an indie production company. It just very much depends on who you're working for and what you're trying to do, but it's really no different, just with a very, very, very stripped down small crew and no budget.
Yeah. I guess the one of the questions also kind of like teeters into like the I have no idea what I'm talking about question, but like
it's okay.
Because of the industry, because of like, it is this quote taboo thing for, old heads that don't get it. Like, does that make like taxes complicated? Like, how does that work?
Sam really wanted to ask you this.
I did. I was like,
no one ever asked me this. This is a great question. I love this question. I have a really great accountant.
Yes. Okay.
I have a really great accountant. I'm incorporated. I am technically a small business owner.
Yeah.
And people pay my corp when they hire me to shoot, and I pay my taxes just like any other business. I just, it's really actually kind of similar to any other small business. I couldn't do it without an accountant. Because I'm an independent contractor, and so I get a lot of 1099s in January, and I give them to my accountant, and he does his thing. And as a producer, I send out my 1099s, and we all just kind of do our thing and try to, pay our taxes as simply as possible, just like everybody else does.
Awesome.
That's awesome.
I think more people could stand to have a better accountant when they do their taxes, honestly.
I don't know why in my head I imagine this like 90s very hokey, like Dumb and Dumber level comedy where Casey is working with her accountant, but she doesn't want her accountant to know she's in porn for some reason, and shenanigans ensue.
I considered that when I first started of just like, do I have to? Yeah, I have to. Yeah, so there are accountants who work with people in the adult industry. They have other clients. I know my accountant has clients who do not do adults, but there's, some names that circulate in the business. So like when you need an accountant, you text a friend you trust and you're like, what's your accountant's name? Someone texted me yesterday to get the name of my accountant. So you go to someone you can trust. Yeah.
Tell them to listen to episode number 207 of Metal Gear Mondays, and they will learn how to do accounting in the adult industry.
So Isaac asked like how your summer was, but didn't season 2 of Primary came out in this past like a couple months ago, didn't it?
It came out July and August.
Yeah.
Or was it August and September? It was August and September. Time is so
fake.
I have
300 years ago.
COVID. Yeah, I have just lost track of being able to keep track of time. It's like a skill I no longer have.
Well, the thing about Primary too is because like obviously like the meme is like I watch it for the plot, I read it for the articles. I again, like I obviously for research purposes, I gave it a watch. I think what you've kind of done is like you've made a genuinely like well acted like good show, and like you said, like the only difference is that it just doesn't cut away when the good stuff starts, and so it's like you've kind of like demystified polyamory a little bit too in a way.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, it's just interesting to watch. And how do you feel about like how it is, how it's been received, and kind of like what's next?
Sure. Primary season 1 and season 2 are my children. That's my big project of the year. That's my baby. That's what I put a lot of time and money and effort into making, and I'm thrilled with how it came out. Season 1 was kind of a life-changing thing in terms of me professionally and people seeing me as one thing in the business and then seeing me as something else. And then season 2, we just kind of went bigger and expanded the story and got some really incredible locations, and all of my actors were amazing and dedicated, and we just made a movie, which is really what I like to do. I just like to make a movie and tell a story, and then the people, the cameras don't cut away. They start to kiss and the cameras don't cut away, and that is all we do different from any other movie as far as I'm concerned.
I have I'm trying to think of, so somebody put it really interestingly yesterday. It's a parasocial relationship, right? So like it happens to us all the time too. So somebody will like stumble into the podcast on like episode 12 or episode 152 and be like, wait, what? Who are these people? And so I guess my question for you is this, because like you went through this like life-changing first season of Primary, like you said. Do you ever run into weird situations where people think they know you because they saw some shit you did 5 years ago, though?
Oh, sure. I have different groups of fans, and these different groups get new members all the time. I have the fans who are a fan of my directing and don't necessarily even know that I perform. I have fans who like my like very soft romantic performance, just like very, very soft, very pretty solos and girls and maybe some boy girls, but just like very, very soft and romantic. And I have those fans. Then I have the fans who want to see me put big things in my butt or do very heavy BDSM.
Or be very, very dry and cold elsewhere.
Or very dry and cold.
In the desert somewhere.
But so like often, someone who has seen Primary will join my OnlyFans to talk to me about Primary, and then I'll send out my pay-per-view message and it'll be, something where I'm putting something in my butt and they'll be like, whoa, I didn't need to see that. Or like vice versa. And it happens all the time. I'm actually like actively trying to figure out like, how do I help all of these different groups of people get from me what they want to see without necessarily seeing what they aren't into and what they don't want to see, and doing some like separation of different platforms and like trying to figure it out, because it's getting more complicated. Like the more I direct, it's getting more complicated and people get more confused. So
It sounds to me like you need to write Hushy into the next season of Primary.
Yeah.
Oh my god. He just like walks in with that like heavy black eyeshadow and the little bikini. You know, it just occurred to me, I still have that little bikini.
Really?
Yeah,
wow.
I do. They let me keep it after the shoot because it was cute, and I think I still have it.
Put it up in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Yeah. Holy
Someone's
shit.
gonna email me now and be like, "Ooh, I want to buy the little bikini."
I'm not gonna. There's
Yeah.
a greater than 0 chance that will happen. I'm not gonna lie.
That's so ridiculous. No, that's awesome. Well, so I guess that's I don't know. That's one thing that I was kind of interested in that I jotted down like right before we recorded, because I was thinking about it, and like I feel like Boomer Dad and Boomer Mom USA in their head, they're like, "Oh, porn's stupid and it's just a bunch of fucking people fucking."
Yeah.
But I guess my question is particularly about Primary and like about the actors that you're working with and and the performers that you've encountered. But like, is it? This is such a weird. I don't think these people are bad actors. Do you think they're just given shitty parts to act normally, or is
Often,
like
yeah.
okay?
Yeah. A lot of porn scripts are trash. I don't feel like I'm not allowed to say that. A lot of it is trash. Some of it is trash on purpose.
Yeah.
There are some companies who emphasize the fact that it's comedy and it's deliberately bad. And then you go in to work for those companies knowing that you're supposed to be deliberately over the top and do deliberately bad acting because that's what they want. They want that kind of clickbaity, oh my God, this is so funny. Oh, look, they're fucking kind of thing.
They're on a bus.
They're like, when was the last time you got trapped in a dryer? You know?
Exactly. So like, yes, often it's deliberately trash. Sometimes it's just, again, this focus on quantity. And it kind of doesn't matter. You just have that little bit of story there and that little bit of character stuff there. So there's something they can put in a little scene description to get people to click on it, but it's not what's important at all.
Mm-hmm.
And then sometimes, like my stuff, we actually try to make it not trash.
Right.
And it's work.
And you succeed.
Thank you.
Do you have? So hold on, I'll throw a softball one, and then we'll go into the corny shit where we can hold hands and walk into the sun together.
Okay.
So, wow, that sounded way more brutal than
what the fuck?
the sunset. The sunset, not the sun.
Yes, not the sun directly.
Not yet, at least.
Yeah.
So, because this is a video games podcast, I do have to ask, do you have a favorite video game?
Ooh, like of all time favorite video game?
Yes.
Ooh, Ocarina of Time.
Ooh. Good
Yeah.
pick.
All right.
That's kind of my video game land. Is like I don't know. I hate describing them as like girl games because they're not girl games. I just don't like to play war games and shooting games. That's not my thing. You know,
That's
there's
very ironic.
violence is fine, but it's like fantasy violence, you know.
Yeah.
But like I love Zelda, you know. I love Pokemon. I play fucking Pokemon Go on my phone every single day. Maybe Pokemon Go is my favorite like trash video game because I have been playing it for years and I play it every single day. So
You remember that time when the whole country was just outside? Like we all lost the keys to our house and just wandered around with our cell phones.
Yeah. Back when like the tracker didn't work properly and you just like wandered out into the middle of the street because you never know.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows where you go? Who knows where that Snorlax is? I'm chasing him down the street.
Yeah, there's a Mewtwo out there. Gotta get him.
Exactly. Gotta go get him. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. It was like the anti-COVID. It was like the opposite. Yeah. So we had a year of everybody outside playing, and then the universe was like, "Fuck you! 3 years of grounded. You're all grounded."
Exactly. Yes. Play Pokemon Go from your sofa.
Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah.
So I guess in that vein, do you have a favorite career moment?
Ooh. It's really, really hard to answer that question because it's been 10 years and a lot has happened. Yeah, I don't know if I have like one singular favorite career moment. I certainly don't have like a favorite scene that I've done. Primary certainly feels like my showcase piece, like my mantelpiece project. But I don't know if I have one favorite moment. Maybe the first thing that's coming to mind, I'll say the first thing that's coming to mind because that seems reasonable to me. Last year, or I guess it was this year, January of this year, was the AVN Awards, and because of COVID, we didn't all go to Vegas. It was a live stream thing, and Kira Noir, who is in Primary, won Best Supporting Actress, and she called me screaming and crying and so excited, and it was just kind of the best feeling of just like, I wrote this thing and then this person did so good that they gave her a trophy. Like, that's so fucking cool. And that was very much wonderful.
That is an awesome answer.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
Do you have a least favorite moment?
Every morning when I wake up.
No.
Damn.
Every time she catches a fucking Pidgey in Pokemon Go.
No, I also don't have one singular least favorite moment. I don't know. Maybe my memory just doesn't work that way.
Well, again, it's like kind of like demystifying the whole, the porn stars are just like you and me type of thing. It's like, it feels like it's a roller coaster, just like anything else. Like,
it's really mostly the very same thing every time you go to work with little differences. You're playing a different character, or you're working with someone new. But at this point in my career, I've worked with almost every, unless it's someone new in the business, I've worked with them already. So it's like the same couple of crews, the same people, you see the same faces, everybody's your friend, and you just like show up and you do your thing and you go home. And then there are exceptions to that when you like do a parody thing, or when you do a big feature, or when you do something special.
Are you the token? You walk in on set and everybody goes, "God damn it, she's going to talk to us about Pokemon Go again."
Some people think that, yeah. Some people engage in that conversation with me, though.
That's amazing. I have no words. It's very good. Isaac, do you want to ask the penultimate question?
Oh, the penultimate
question.
Oh, shoot. Well, I had a question that was back to your directing, I guess.
Yeah.
So you talked about all the different levels of your fan bases.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any interest of writing/directing a non-porn? Are you thinking about breaking into that sort of area, or is it strictly porn?
That's a big old question.
So why
I'd love to. I'd absolutely love to. I'm working on a screenplay right now.
Ooh.
But it's also
Exclusive.
it's a big question. It's a big. The adult business is definitely getting more and more destigmatized every day, and I think that OnlyFans becoming part of the zeitgeist really helped with that.
Mm-hmm.
But there are still, boomer mom and boomer dad who, porn, gross. She's going to corrupt my children, whatever.
Yeah. We're not going to heaven because of Casey.
Exactly. So there is always that hurdle, and I'm very, very aware and very conscious of the fact that that's a big question. But the short answer to the question is yes.
Nice.
Flip side of that question, Casey, if I send you my last short film, will you give me notes?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hell yeah. It's 15 minutes, so hopefully
I
that's
had
okay.
15 minutes.
Nice.
You shill.
Nice. Hey, for what it's worth, I've been repeating no one gives a fuck about your short film to myself in the dark for the last 2 years. So it'll be fun.
It is a very good short film.
Oh, I know. It's just COVID. I can't show anybody.
True.
COVID kind of fucked up a lot of stuff.
I moved to New York 4 months before COVID
Oh.
happened, Casey.
Oh,
I have
that
no
sucks. I'm so
idea.
sorry.
I have no idea what New York is like without COVID.
That legitimately sucks.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
Yeah.
You guys are handling it though. I hear LA's pretty much down to like some very small numbers now. Is that the case?
Yeah, I guess California as a whole is doing pretty well. You know, where there's, for the most part, I feel like compared to other places in this country, people here are interested in taking care of other people.
You'll love to see it.
What do you mean? No.
Whatever could I mean? Yeah, you know, people still, like, we're still wearing masks at the grocery store, and I think indoors, I think you're still, I don't leave the house very often. Like, I go to work and I come home and that is all I do. But like, there's still outdoor dining, and you wear your mask at the grocery store, and you know, most people put on their mask to put gas in their car and stuff like that. So it kind of has become very much normal here, which is still weird. It's weird to think, like, is this normal forever? I don't know. But here we are.
Well, it's weird because you guys are on fire, we're underwater, and COVID's still happening.
Yeah. Yeah, welcome to 2021.
Yeah.
We thought it would be over after 2020. Turns out it just put on a different mask.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The belt came off.
Did you have an ultimate question, Alessia? You're out here asking. You're using college words like penultimate.
Well, it was gonna be. My last question was going to occur, and then my brain was like, "Nah, dog, you got 20 more questions to ask." No, Casey, thank you so much for your time. The last question that I had for you is, where can people go to find more Casey, and where do you want them to go?
Yes. So I am on Twitter at Casey Calvert XXX. I am on Instagram at Casey Calvert. You can watch Primary on lustcinema.com. And those links and everything else, including my fan sites, are at CaseyCalvert.com.
That was a very good answer.
I can plug.
Oh, no.
Whoa, that has a very different connotation.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna pat ourselves on the back that somehow we went through a whole hour and only had one "that's what she said" style moment the entire time.
You're very professional.
Thanks.
Yeah, we are. That's what we are.
Yes. Yes, all of us.
We haven't
All
been
of us,
blushing the whole time.
Me neither.
Well, awesome. Yeah, I guess that's it. It's been a blast. And
Yes, absolutely.
thank you for joining us. And I feel like you made a very specific person's day by being here.
Was it you?
It was my day.
This is really fun. Absolutely my pleasure. I am glad to do it. I am glad to make your day.
Snake, what have you done? You changed the future. You've created a time paradox.
What an interview, you guys.
The prophecy has been fulfilled.
I feel like there are two camps of people.
Mm-hmm.
There's one camp that absolutely got it, fucking loved it, laughed their ass off, probably got into a car accident because they couldn't see.
Probably.
And then there's the other camp that's like shaking their fist in the air, being like, "Damn you!"
If you're in that first camp, hell yeah. If you're in that second camp, I get it.
Also, here's a message for all the camps. Did you like the little episode 50.5 drops that we put down for you on the lead up? She's great though. Like legitimately, I think.
No, that was
yeah.
She's so nice. A wonderful. Like I'm gonna be honest with you. Never spoken to a porn star before, but I mean, that was not on my bingo card for 2021. But I'm glad that
we talk to
happened.
Isaac every recording.
That's true.
Every week.
Every week. True. They call him Hammerhead.
Oh my god! I do want to say this. So in the interview, Casey and I talk about being in Gainesville, Florida at the same time.
Oh,
that's right. Yeah,
we've taken that a step further now. So we were talking back and forth, and it dawned on me. I don't know how this came up, but I was like, it dawned on me that around that same time, I was going to a school called Abraham Lincoln Middle School. So I sent her an email because we were going back and forth afterwards. I sent her an email and I was like, hey, like, just by the by, since you were in Gainesville at the same time,
No way.
where did you go to middle school?
No fucking way.
And she goes, well, I went to this magnet school program at Abraham Lincoln Middle
No
School.
fucking way.
And I was like, what grade were you? And she told me, and I was like, well, I was like, I can't remember exactly, but I do know that like when 9/11 happened, I was in the gymnasium at that school. And she goes, holy shit, I think I was a grade above you.
Oh my God.
And I was like, no,
You gotta
check
find
it
a
out.
yearbook.
No, it gets crazier. So and so I was like, I took orchestra. I played violin. She said that she played clarinet, I think.
fucking
And we
way.
possibly were in the same fucking class.
What?
Yep.
Are you
100%.
fucking kidding me?
That's hilarious.
Buck wild.
Yep.
Gotta get your yearbook.
So I sent an email to the record keeper for the school.
Yeah,
No way.
I mean, yeah, of course.
Yeah, and I
Follow
was
the
like,
thread.
can you please give me the listing of who was in this class in 2001? And they still haven't responded, so I'm gonna have to
Wow.
follow up.
Yeah, we've got to.
How fucking crazy is that, though?
Follow AC Summerfield on Twitter for that follow up.
Yeah.
We're not doing another episode of this podcast, just by the very nature of what's happening right now.
Yeah. So, in a weird, fucked up way, Metal Rear Solid the Phantom Peen brought two people together that sat right behind each other
Dude.
years and years and years
Holy
ago.
crap.
God. Wow.
Thanks, Brazzers.
Thanks, Brazzers.
Brazzers.
I hope my dad didn't listen this far into the episode because I'm going to get a text from him being like, why did you include me in a podcast recording with a porn star?
He's gonna bump that episode listen count to 7.
It's like, well, about a half dozen.
About a half dozen.
Well,
2.2% of the entire run.
I just want to say a massive thank you to Casey, though. She was awesome.
Yeah.
She's great over email. And no joke, Sam and I came up with the idea just as a what if scenario. This would be hilarious. We were like laughing so hard about it. Like, there's no way that this could happen. How we're going to put a fucking capstone on this joke from 2017. Yeah. And then we emailed her, and I went to run an errand. And then I stepped out of the post office where I was and immediately had a reply that said, fuck yeah. And I could not contain myself and had to call Sam and was like laughing and crying at the same time.
So I have the text messages pulled up. It was on September 16th at this is Pacific time that I'm saying. September 16th at
Pacifica Ocean time.
Pacifica Ocean time, yes. At 10:46 a.m. Pacific. I texted Alessia. I said, we should see if we can get Hushy's actress as our final interview. Alessia said, holy fuck, I'm totally reaching out to the Hushy actress. I said, please do. It's Casey Calvert, just FYI. And then from that joke that I made all the way through getting her on the podcast, it was 4 hours.
Amazing.
So that was phenomenal, and
we've never hustled harder in our entire lives.
Basically, yeah. Like I said, it was the most efficiently we've ever gotten an interview on the show, I think, and it was just really cool. I have shared this, and hopefully Casey appreciates this as a joke. But I followed her on social media just after we recorded the interview, and so Instagram's fine and all this other stuff like that because they have these terms and services, but Twitter's the wild wild west. So I'm scrolling through, so I'll be just chilling, scrolling through Twitter, gaming content, news, blah blah blah. Suddenly a wild asshole appears and it's Casey.
Oh no.
It really adds some variety to my day.
It's amazing. I also want to give all of us a pat on the back because going back and listening to it for the edit, I found myself mumbling like, I don't know, somebody would be like Casey would say something akin to like I don't know, like a that's what she said joke or something.
Yeah.
And I found myself while editing being like, and then when I never even heard us breathe. Like I didn't even hear any of us like chuckle. And it wasn't until she made a joke.
Yeah. Because I don't think it, like, we didn't jump on any bait as far as that went until literally the last moment of the interview. And I'm kind of proud of us because I think it's too obvious when we're actually interviewing, the porn star that did it.
Yeah,
I think it's very easy to jump on it when we're just talking about the porn in episode 50.5. But when we're actually talking to the actress, it's a lot easier to stay in character, I suppose.
So educational, I learned about browsers. I learned about filing taxes as a porn star. I learned about Casey's Pokemon Go obsession.
Mm-hmm. I learned about why a different porn star bullied my friend.
Oh yeah,
child.
Yeah, so good. It's just a whole thing. James, what were your thoughts when you discovered that was the super secret interview?
I was so stoked about it. I didn't tell I didn't tell anybody that would leak it, but I did immediately tell all the people in the near vicinity to me, which was really just my partner. And she not having the context for the rest of it was like, so you're on a podcast with a porn star?
She's just like nodding her head, like okay.
Yeah. I was like, well, it's kind of like that, yeah.
Kinda.
Like a degree separation away, you could say.
James is like describing his favorite cartoon to his parents at like 5 years old. He's like, and then.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like explaining to them, I'm like, well, first you have to understand the plot of the Phantom Pain, so let me start there.
I would like to, and Alessia, you can correct me if there's more people on this list than I'm aware of, but the list of people that knew about this interview before we released this episode, obviously it was me, Alessio, and Isaac, James out of necessity, and Chris Zimmerman Salter.
Yeah.
And that's the list.
Yeah, pretty great. Yeah, talking to Chris about it, by the way, I just need you guys to know that it was like, I sent her an email. I was like, hey, this is what we're doing. It'd be really cool if we could include you, blah, blah, blah. And she was like, oh yeah, I'd love to be included. But real quick, who's your super secret interview? And I was like, fuck, it's Chris. I can't lie to Chris.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, surely, I think she thought that we had found Eva and she was trying to like head it off. But I told her, I was like, hey, so I kind of beat around the bush a little bit. I was like, just because of this joke we did forever ago, like it's real funny and it's going to be great. And I sent her this, like, Casey's not a joke, but I'm saying like the circumstances, right?
Right.
And so she didn't, like, we'd been going back and forth kind of pretty immediately. Like, she'd send an email, I'd send an email, like every 10 minutes we'd reply. And then she went dead silent. She went dead silent for like 3 days. And I was like, God damn it. Is Chris weirded out by this? Like, are we just not going to hear from her again? And then she sends me, and then I, like, because of the silence, after 3 or 4 days, I was like, I got to say something. And so I was like, Chris, apologies if it seems vulgar or too lewd for a games podcast. But I was like, in the spirit of Kojima, the subversive ending feels mandatory for a Metal Gear program. And she responded immediately and was like, no, I think it's fucking hilarious. And I was like,
okay.
That's
good. She's just like leaning back in her chair by her studio, twiddling her fingers together. It's like, yes, they'll never know that Casey Calvert is the voice of Eva.
Amazing. God.
What a twist.
What a twist. That would be a twist. That's the post-credit sequence. It's Casey Calvert like, they'll never know I'm the voice of Eva. Mr. President.
All right, you guys. So here's the deal.
Mm-hmm.
I've been beating around the bush about this for a while.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're just gonna fucking let her rip.
Okay.
So we're diving head first into listener responses. No foot first bullshit. This is straight up like head to the cement. I missed the pool. Like skull crack.
Cracking our head open, blood in the pool, concussion, potentially death.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna change the name real quick just to make it even more soul crushing.
Oh
God. You guys, there's no way you can prepare for what you're about to hear.
Oh no.
So without further ado, here's our very, 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 very first audio listener response.
What's going on, Metal Gear fam? It's Liquid Metal Mike calling in with my final listener response. Sorry if it's a little noisy. We're just out here breaking ground on our newest location of the world's largest spatula store. Let me step into my trailer where it's a little quieter in here. There we are. Alright, so you guys wanted to know where I was when I first started listening and where I am today. Well, I mean, if I'm being honest, when I first started listening, I was a neglectful, abusive husband with a pretty severe nacho cheese addiction. Not proud of that, but it's part of who I am. But today, I'm very proud to say that I'm 7 months cheese-free, divorced, absent father of 3, so doing pretty good. Just like my man Big Boss, am I right? And what is the core central theme of Metal Gear if it isn't, well, fatherhood? I think we can all agree that if nothing else, Kojima was extremely bold to explore the struggles of a man coming to terms with the fact that, well, the only one of his unwanted triplets who didn't grow up to be a geopolitical terrorist wound up being a damn dog musher. And it really just, I mean, what father of 3 hasn't faked his own death? You see, on the surface, Metal Gear is a sneaking mission. And to complement that, I am wearing my brand new pair of sneakers. Not just any sneakers. What's the one brand of sneakers you think of when you do think about sneakers? That's right, Nikes. So I had my assistant Robin, well, a little status flex on you there. I had her run out and get me these, Robin fought me tooth and nail about that. Arguing some nonsense about it doesn't make any sense for an audio medium, but, poor Robin, she just, no matter how hard she tries, God bless her, she just doesn't understand Metal Gear. So of course, I had to give her a bit of a firm hand. Hey Robin, you remember what I said? What did I say? Huh? I said I will have your head on a pike if I don't get my Nikes. I did. I said that to her. Anyways, let's get down to brass tacks. Psycho Mantis. Oh, looks like we have our guest calling in. 6 minutes early. That's just perfect, Robin. I swear to God, if I found out you fucked this up, you're already on thin ice, Robin. Hey, a little early there, aren't we, buddy? Well, I was barely into my segment. I haven't even. But it does make sense. Fatherhood is the theme. No, because Psycho Mantis and Drebin. Look, if you just call back in like 6 minutes. I don't have another $50 to give you. I had to buy these Nikes. No, the shoes do matter. Yes, sir. Alright, fuck it. Well, we'll just skip my segment. People are gonna be pissed, but whatever. Alright, well, looks like my guest had called in a little early, so I guess there's just nothing I can do about that. So, ladies and gentlemen, my surprise final listener response guest will take us out. I want to thank everyone who buys their spatulas at Spatula World. Please subscribe to my chain letter, and remember, you can always reach me on Microsoft Teams. This has been Liquid Metal Mike for the last time. Now, without further ado, I give you the Colonel.
Hey there. It's Colonel Roy Campbell here. Just wanted to give a shout out to you guys. Say congratulations on the end of your legendary podcast. You guys have been great. Been a wonderful show. Everyone's gonna miss you. But all good things must come to an end at some point. Now, before I go any further, I want to say something special. And that is, I'm not Roy Campbell. I'm his brother, Matt. Okay? Yeah? And Isaac, Sam, Alessio, all you fans who then worked in mods and then finally became, hosts yourselves. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Tori. All of you. You were so easy to fool. I've been pulling the strings in the background, playing you all like damn fiddles. It doesn't lessen the quality of your show. It's been wonderful. Just know this. I, Matt Campbell, ran everything in the background, and also everything you saw was all me. Now, so I'd like to say congratulations and farewell till we meet again. And I'm sure my brother would say something like, Mrs. Campbell, great job. See you on the other side. Campbell and Matt, out.
Dude, holy crap.
I just love that Paul also changed voices to be Roy and Matt.
Yeah.
That was so good.
Okay. Did he tell you how he managed to do that? Did he do like a cameo or something?
He did, but he said that he wrote a bunch of weird shit that he knew Paul was never going to be able to comprehend, but he was blown away at how Paul... Yeah, one, so the crazy part is he sent me the video, and Paul is straight up wearing a Foxhound hat in a recording booth with like sunglasses on.
That's phenomenal. He may not have even seen it, but I emailed Paul to like do a message for the earlier part. He probably just didn't see it, but like that was way better than anything I would have thought to do.
I just need you guys to know the fact that Phantom Peen and Matt Campbell get to conclude on this episode is like the greatest achievement.
Mike is the reason why Matt Campbell basically became such an iconic thing for us on the podcast, because like we joked about it in the episode where we talked about the Snake Tales, but like Mike's art of Matt Campbell really cemented him in history.
Yeah.
Also, I think Mike told me that he's going to force his entire job to listen to this episode when it comes out.
Yeah.
So if you work with Mike, I'm so sorry he's making you listen.
And I know that you. I hate to do a cue it here for you, Alessio, but because I know that our reactions while we're listening to this won't be on the podcast, so the listeners can enjoy the unfettered clips. But could you cue like my some of my like a clip of my reaction to that here? This is foolish.
I just need you guys to know, like, as it was coming, I was like, my heart was pounding. I was like, oh, I hope that they really like this as much as I do.
I was fucking screaming.
Oh,
as
yeah,
you
dude.
probably heard. Holy shit.
So at first Mike was like, I want to send you guys a video. Is that weird? And he was like, well, I'll only send it to you guys if you guys make fun of me for sending a video to a podcast. And I was like, yeah, dude, do whatever you want. And then he was like, well, here it is. Like, I just decided to do audio. I'm so sorry. And then I was listening to it and I was like, God damn, Mike, you sent me like a 6.5 minute. And as soon as it hit the point where it switched over, I was like, you son of a bitch.
Wow, that's so good.
I mean, if you need it to finish, Mike, I'll make fun of you if you want to. Send a video to a podcast, you fucking idiot.
Loser.
Jesus Christ. All right,
Mike,
so
legend. Fucking
I love
Mike Nelson.
That was awesome.
What a hero.
Mike's the man, dude.
LL.
Also, so Isaac, I know that. So you were born in Wisconsin, is that right?
That is correct.
What?
And Mike, I think lives in Michigan.
Okay.
So I often ask myself, are Mike and Ike, if you will, are you guys two parts, like two souls of one, like you're two parts of one soul, I feel like. And I think that when you were born in Wisconsin, you split and part of you went to Michigan and part of you went down south.
What a weird thing to say.
Because Mike is he's got that fucking undefinable Isaac humor.
I don't know. That message was like, I was like continuously being blown away the whole time. I was like,
It was just
this
layers.
is amazing.
Yes. Thank you, Mike. I'm sorry, everybody else, but Mike is officially the best listener of this podcast. Nice. So let's read a letter, and then we're gonna do letter audio.
Red letter, yellow letter, red
Yes.
letter, yellow letter.
Sam,
Red
do you
letter
want to
media.
Hold on. This first one's addressed to me, I guess. So
I think this. Looking at the way you've ordered them, I think it makes sense for me to read the second one.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. All right, let's do this. Daniel Perkins says via email, and boy, I've not done this in a long time. Hey, Alessio and crew. Saw that the show was ending and figured I'd send over my thoughts. You, Isaac, and Sam have really created something special that will forever live in the hearts of Metal Gear Solid fans. I first started listening back in 2018 when I had a long drive for work and figured I'd give a podcast a shot. I expected to find maybe an episode or two about MGS on a gamer podcast. I never imagined I'd find Metal Gear Mondays. As an aside, Daniel, may that be the last time you say gamer and Metal Gear Mondays in the same paragraph.
It's a dirty word.
Yeah, ugh. I wasn't necessarily a weekly listener, but I always returned a few times a year to binge. Your episodes brought me comfort and nostalgia at all times in my life when I really needed it. I still throw episodes on for long trips or when I hop in the shower / clean my apartment. MGM is comfort food for the soul. As a professional video producer and editor, I really admired your ability to put together a fantastic show week in and week out, despite the three of you having full-time jobs. Fumbling in the Dark with Isaac was always my favorite segment, but I looked forward to everything, including the hilariously dry intros. I could go on forever, but I know your time on the show is limited, so I'll wrap up my thoughts. Congratulations on your success, and never doubt that you brought entertainment and happiness to gamers around the world. I look forward to anything you three cook up in the future, and I want to wish you, Isaac, Sam, and your families a very happy and safe holiday season. For the last time, it's just a box. Daniel, you don't get to say that last part. That's for us to say.
That's our special moment.
Yeah, exactly. Also, are our skits dry?
drier and hushy in the desert.
Also, it's gonna be a through line through a lot of these that fumbling in the dark was some people's favorite thing.
Yeah, very, very easily honestly one of my favorite segments too. Just the absurdity of Isaac trying to figure out what the fuck's going on is my favorite. So
I liked the idea that we were talking while he was taking a shower, you know.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Like,
my voice was in a room with his nude body.
I'm picturing in my head just like he's in the shower facing the water, and like the three of us are like Three Stooges style, just poking our heads in, just like hello.
Oh,
Daniel.
All right, let's do an audio one, and then we'll do Sam for the next one. Yeah. So this, I'm trying to think, a weapon to surpass Liquid Metal Mike. We're gonna do.
Who could possibly?
Yeah, right. We're gonna do my very good friend from across the pond. This is the Dane himself. This is Toby Rothenborg. Toby is a sweet, sweet man. He sent me money on my birthday to go get authentic Danish food in the Lower East Side.
Whoa.
And how was it?
It was great. He's super good dude. We watch a lot of stuff together over Discord and talk about dumb shit like Berserk. But yeah, he's great.
Berserk's cool.
No, Berserk's great. Toby is like an ex-UFC fighter who we talked about on part 2 of the finale.
The life of Toby.
Yes, exactly. Amazing. But yeah, let's check out what Toby has to say.
Yeah.
Dear MGM, thank you for everything you have done. Isaac, Sam, and Alessio, you created something special. Deep and thorough episodes that could make even the most hardcore Kojima weeb pay attention. Not only did you take us on a journey with your great insight through the universe of Metal Gear and adjacent projects, but you did it with a friendship and chemistry that made all of us listeners feel like a fourth person in the chair and like we were a part of the gang. You had a chemistry that countless other podcasts and hosts wish they could have, and a lot have tried to do it themselves but failed. You also introduced us to a cast of great people as your guest and built a unique and tight community on the Discord. Isaac Lim, like Eli, you make people pay attention when you're actually there. You flow in and out as a host, but you're forced to be reckoned with when present. May the memory of your appearances be stronger than your fumbling in the dark. You are Liquid Snake. Sam, like John, you are very likable and have a great personality that people can't help but to enjoy and want to be nearby. You make being open about your emotions cool. Thus, you wear your heart on your sleeve. You are Naked Snake. Alessio Summerfields, like David, you are very respected amongst the people around you. And amongst the new hosts and your community, people look up to you. Your work rate, dedication, and engagement has been consistent. You are Solid Snake. Isaac, Sam, and Alessio. In Denmark, people who contribute extraordinarily to our beautiful society get the high esteem of being knighted. Your contribution to the Metal Gear community has been recognized and thus shall be honored. As the Metal Gear Monday Ambassador of Denmark and the official Metal Gear Monday mascot, I shall grant you this honor, if you will all step forward and lower your head. Sam Jules shall now be knighted and henceforth be known as Sir Sam of Denmark. Alessio Summerfields shall now be knighted and henceforth be known as Sir Alessio of Denmark. Gud velsigne Metal Gear Mandag. That means God bless Metal Gear Monday. Thank you.
Isaac.
Did he not? He didn't knight me. Come on.
Sam and I are Sam and Alessio of Denmark. Isaac, I'm sorry.
It's fucking amazing.
Toby told me that originally he was going to do it as a video, and that the idea was to treat you like they did Chewbacca at the end of Star Wars, where everybody got a medal except for Chewbacca. Toby's a good dude.
I'm like, okay, I didn't expect this early. I'm actually crying right now. Holy shit.
Toby, why did you make Sam cry?
It's just so nice.
Dude, yeah. The bit about naming each one of us a different like snake.
That's good. James, how do you feel about continuing to be on this episode?
I just love hearing how much y'all are loved. I think it's really heartwarming, and I'm, listen, somebody out there, they didn't write in, and that's okay. Somebody out there loved the season on Peace Walker that I was a part of.
It was good. Dude, I James, I don't know how much of the finale you've listened to, but I have frequently cited that episodes 65 through 100, which are your episodes, are my favorite episodes of the podcast.
See?
Yeah.
No, I love it. I think I just continue to think it's so cool. How many people wrote in and took time out of their day to tell you how much this meant? Like, this is you don't see this often. This should be in a museum.
Aww.
A museum of love.
I know that it is getting a little borderline masturbatory, but it's the last episode.
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, y'all did the laps, like take your victory lap,
Oh my god, Toby, god damn it.
Aw, Toby.
I'm legit oh my god. I said, I was expecting to cry by the end of this episode. Like I said, I did not expect it on the second fucking voice message that we got.
Well, the only thing that's keeping me from crying is I just keep thinking about James getting cucked by the podcast.
You're right. That is keeping me from crying. Oh, man. Man.
So, Sam, do you want to take the next fan letter?
So I'm going to do the next one that we have in here. But before I do that, I have a very, very short thing to say just because I was looking at it and I just want to say this. But Ryan in the Discord was in the episode discussion channel and just mentioned the just saying some nice things about that episode, and then said, sadly, I'm in no condition to write anything thoughtful for listener response at the moment, but just so you know, it has been a beautiful journey full of joyful moments. So I just wanted to, shout out Ryan a little bit. So yeah. But
hold on. Right underneath that though, do you see Cody Coates saying Isaac possibly saying fuck rules? LMAO.
Yeah. Wonderful. But the message that I want to read, so going back to Daniel Perkins' email, if anything the three of us cook up, you say, how about youtube.com/Sam versus Sam? Because this next message comes to us from the comment section of the video, The Ghost Festival of Ghostmas, on my YouTube channel, which is the episode I did last Christmas, like December 23rd, 2020 with Alessio, where we invented our own holiday for the Christmas season.
I forgot it. That was a very funny thing.
Yeah, and he commented, I shouldn't assume, they commented on my channel, just saying a few kind things. So I wanted to read that really quick. So Madao D, hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly, says, just started listening to Metal Gear Mondays on Spotify over the past few weeks up until episode 65. You're about to hit the golden era, baby.
Yeah. Also, I'm so glad that you listened up to 65 and may possibly be hearing this now so that you can get all the Phantom Peen references.
Yeah, you still have new listeners in 2021 who just want to hear funny conversations about Metal Gear. Sam, Alessio, and Isaac, fumbling in the dark limb, have the best chemistry and are just a riot. Hope you guys will pick MGM back up again one day. This was before the announcement. Whoops. It will be one of the best things to happen in 2021 for me and many others, I'm sure.
Well, cheers, I've got something to say.
Cheers, Sam. Hope you read this and read it out in a listener response episode one day on MGM. From Singapore, sadly.
Singapore.
Sadly not Canada. So
what a monkey's paw wish.
Yeah, seriously. Thank you, Madao D. I hope you hear this and you comment on another one of my YouTube videos to tell me you did.
Amazing. Let's listen to a new fan. So This is new listener to the show, Mercedes. Let's take it away, Mercedes.
Hi guys, my name is Mercedes, and I just want to say thank you so much for creating this podcast dedicated to my favorite franchise. My dad got me started when I was way too young to understand Kojima's brain with Metal Gear Solid, and I've been playing ever since. I was recently looking for content related to my favorite game in the franchise, which is Metal Gear Solid 2, and so I discovered the podcast fairly recently. I'm sad to see that it's ending what feels so soon to me, but the benefit is that I've been able to binge all of the OG episodes, and I'm working my way through Metal Gear Solid 4 right now because my PS3 broke. So, thank you so much. It's been really cool getting to relive those memories and kind of play vicariously while listening to you guys. I'd also like to give a special shout out to Sam, Isaac, and Alessio. You guys are hilarious. I love fumbling in the dark, and just all your jokes and kind of commentary has been really fun. It feels like you're sitting in a room with friends and kind of discussing this thing that you all love. So thank you also for replying to my one comment on a post you guys did recently on Facebook. It made my entire year. I immediately went to go show my fiance. So thank you so much. I'll keep following on all your socials and hoping to see an occasional Isaac tweet or information about y'all's next adventures. So, just thank you, good luck, and the best is yet to come.
The best has already came. This is me peeking.
The best came.
Oh,
came
no.
hard.
Oh, no. Is Charles there?
I remember responding to Mercedes on Facebook. I think I responded, and then I think the page and Alessio responded too.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, thank you, Mercedes. That was very, very wonderful. I was wondering why the name seemed familiar to me, but that's why, because I saw it on Facebook already. So.
Question for Mercedes: when went and told your fiance about it, did he react in much the same way that James's partner reacted by being like, "What are you talking about?"
or much in the way that Alessio's partner Kristen reacts, which is leave me alone with your nerd shit.
Yeah.
I don't want to know about your nerd shit.
Yeah, please don't bring any internet people to my house.
I just always refute Kristen when she says that she doesn't want to meet any of Alessio's internet friends, which is, hello, it's me.
Yeah.
It's me, one of Alessio's first internet friends.
Nice to meet you. James, would you like to read Daniel Cooler, aka X New Boot Goofin?
I love AKA X New Boot Goofin.
Yeah, I love that. Right?
Yeah.
Reno 911 is amazing.
Absolutely. So via email, Daniel writes, "Here's to you, dear lady, gentlemen, boys and girls, top to bottom, left to right, inside out, upside down, and pseudo-chronological tactical podcast. Although I've only been listening since 2019 and joined the Discord in 2020, this goodbye is emotional. I know you felt like you were shouting into a void when you started. Not sure if anyone was listening. But I could tell from the early episodes and even up through the last ones that every host truly cared about the content they were providing. It was endearing, much like the community on the Discord. So y'all were shouting into my void, and it felt good. Winky face. Yes. Especially one episode way back when you shouted out Bartlesville, Oklahoma, which is where I work.
What a
podcast. Yeah, what a great shout out.
Hold on, real quick, just for old time's sake. Shout out to Bartlesville.
There we go. The podcast was a bright spot in the Dookie pile of 2020. We slammed through the backlog and laughed along at a time when laughter and hanging out were in short supply. The pod and the Discord were a welcome distraction and a joy to be a part of. The community that this show created is something special. Everyone is genuine and welcoming, which is a breath of fresh air these days. This digital hangout was a great outlet during lockdown and continues to be so. Thanks to all the hosts for your time and effort. I know it can be a grind. It's very much appreciated. Thanks to Sam and Alessia for birthing this BB and carrying it across the country and overseas. Truly has been a pleasure listening along. Wishing everyone the best in their future endeavors. What's going on? Tell us.
It's really funny.
What is happening?
A couple of people have brought up that like listening to us has been like we've made them feel like that they're like sitting in on the podcast talking to us too. And it's weird being on the other side of that meme because somebody actually posted it in the Discord. That meme of like
it was me. I like reposted it. Yeah.
Yes. Of the guy sitting next to the ice cream, or next to the thing of the three girls chatting with each other and laughing, eating a bowl of ice cream. And I've seen that so many times, and then being on the other side of it where we're the ice cream girls and they're the guys this bowl is really weird to me.
I've always wanted to be an ice cream girl.
I've always wanted to be an ice cream girl.
The ice cream commercials in Italy for Magnum, I think.
Do you know
that brand?
Oh,
so
yeah.
Magnum.
In Italy, it's pronounced Magnum.
Ooh.
Magnum commercials in just all the European, because the British ones.
They're like real
really
horny too.
Oh, so horny.
Yeah. I'm like, dude, I need an ice cream and a change of pants.
I need a Magnum ice cream and a Magnum condom for this shit.
Jesus Christ. All right, let me dig into Alessio's patented bag of audio messages real quick. Let's do... I'm sorry that everybody has to compete with Liquid Metal Mike.
Oh my god.
You should have done that one last.
I know. I was just so excited. If anybody knows me, they just know that when I get excited, I get very excited. To the detriment of sharing things too early. All right. So this next one comes from Johnny Flores Jr.
Farewell, Metal Gear Mondays. It is I, Johnny Flores Jr. Yes, that Johnny Flores Jr. That guy you see in the Discord with all the caffeine-fixed photos and baby pictures. It's been a privilege and an honor to listen to years of work in a matter of months. Your absence will make my heart grow fonder. Now I must attend to my Robosexual Anonymous meeting. Fare thee well. Metal Gear Mondays!
yeah.
Oh my god.
Johnny Flores Jr. and his fucking harpoon Dunkin' beers.
Dude, not all day, every day.
Every day a new harpoon Dunkin'.
Every fucking day.
Oh my gosh.
I didn't even know about this beer until Johnny posted it.
And now it's all day.
Now it's all I want.
And when Johnny's not drinking that, he's drinking Monster, baby.
Ripping the Monster coffees, the
Oh, yeah.
300, whatever they're called.
It's nice to know that Death Stranding had an impact on somebody.
Monster Sun coming for all of us. Thank you, Johnny.
Yeah, Johnny, that was great. Speaking of Johnny, I was bummed out that we didn't get Dean Schofield to send us a Johnny farewell.
No.
But it's okay. I hope he's doing all right. And I'm not just saying that because he's old and I got scared, but on the real, I hope he's doing all right.
Holy shit. I don't know. We'll get to it in a second. I don't know how I skimmed past this John email underneath Adams. But my God.
Oh, yeah. It's just, oh, yeah, dude. That's my favorite. We'll talk about it when we get to it.
Yeah, we will.
We could probably just do it right after this. It's a quick one.
Yeah.
Isaac, do you want to read Adam Hilton? I believe it's Hilton. I hope it's
Yep.
not Hylton.
Ooh, yikes.
I talk to Adam all the
Yeesh.
time, and I don't
Yeah.
ever say his last name. So, Mr. Croats, I love you. And
yeah.
Isaac, go ahead.
This one comes from Adam Halton, as Alessio says.
That's not what I said.
Hilton, aka Mr. Cropes. Here's to you, dear hosts. Thank you all so much for a stellar podcast and the absolute love we all felt went into it. I found the show in 2018 when I swapped positions at work, just getting into listening to podcasts, and went back to episode 1 and immediately fell in love. The show set the standard for what I want from video game podcasts that focus on a series. The fandom here never was biased, and deconstructing Kojima was a constant here as it was necessary. Hell of a show, hell of a lot of thoughtful commentary.
Oh, I
In the
should have slipped an
beginning-
F word into one of these letters. And then we could have gotten Isaac to say it.
I was
It's cheating.
Keep going.
In the beginning, Sam, Alessio, and Isaac were so damn fun to listen to that halfway through most episodes, it ended up feeling like everyone was sitting around a couch together, listener included.
Isaac, don't tease me with damn. I'm getting all hot and bothered.
Of course, that wasn't the case. Hey, this is a heartfelt
Sorry.
message from Mr. Cropes. Of course, that wasn't the case, which goes to show exactly how much effort went into the show between the hosts and making episodes happen. The crew of Sam, Zach, Cole, and Chris then had to, I don't know, damn themselves to go through Death Stranding made listening to the season such a blast. That's hilarious. Again, another group of friends that we all then fell in the rotation that with taking a joke and a swipe one after the other. Isn't that right, bubba? I can't do it.
Hey,
I can't do it. I'm sorry, Sam.
Isn't that right, bubby?
Right, bubby.
Nice to see a little listener love for the bubbies. There you go.
Yeah, we love the bubbies. The bubbies is 100% fresh.
Bubby
on Rotten
approved.
Tomatoes. Bubby
Right.
approved. Nobody hates the bubby.
Hold on. James, I haven't heard you pull off a bubby. Can we get us some bubbies?
Bubby.
Perfect. Continue,
Nailed
Isaac.
Hey, bubby. Our final trio of Tori, Warren, and Chris led us through what was shaping up to be a perfect retread of the series in chronological order, opposed to pseudo chronological order.
Until Alessio walked up and shot him in the back of the head. I'm sorry, guys.
Jeez.
It's like the ending of The Departed.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Spoilers.
It sucks to suck if you haven't seen The Departed.
It's really weird that Tori, Warren, and Chris starred in The Departed and were shot.
Anyway. He continues. I know I've made my favorite moment incredibly clear some elsewhere, time and time again. Old Sam and the letter C for conundrum.
I don't know
was
what
such
this
a
is.
highlight in the Fandom Pain episodes. Can we get one of those?
And we've got plenty to talk about on the back half, but I think
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that we pleased the longtime listeners and finally had a good old-fashioned conundrum in the middle of an episode.
We haven't had a good conundrum here in a while on Metal Gear Mondays, and I just wanted to This episode's brought to you by the letter C, conundrum.
Can you explain to me how you do that voice? What are you doing with your mouth and your head?
So it's kind of like, have you ever like held your breath and like gave yourself a headache by like shaking?
Yeah.
It's kind of like halfway to that point without actually hurting yourself.
That's pretty great. Okay.
So it's like
you mean something kind of like this, Sam?
A little bit like that, yeah, kind of like that.
I gotta just like throw it out of the back of my throat. My wife is probably fucking swearing in the other room right now. She's like trying to sleep, and
what is going on?
She's like, "Is
so,
he
yeah,
trying
so it's
to do
kind
a
of like
Cletus at 10:41 in the afternoon?"
It's the best way I can explain how to do is like it's kind of like you're trying to stick the back of your tongue to the roof of your mouth.
Nice. Yeah, I think it'll be good.
So it's kind of like this. You just kind of gotta pretend. You gotta kind of do it like this.
I really wish that Ocelot sounded like that in this game.
Let the legend come to life. Go, big boss. It's no use. She could be a spy, or me, or you. We're all spies here. I'm Revolver Ocelot. Some call me Shalashaska. I'm real good at shooting guns. Look at this little puppy. He'll be a good soldier, and someday when he's bigger.
Oh my god! I don't think I've lost my shit on this show in a long time.
The rifling. The decoration serves no purpose. It serves no purpose. But you got some good shooting, kid. Boss, you should come to base. The men miss you.
You just saying "boss" in that voice cracks me up.
Boss! Boss!
There's like a sadness to it, kind of. It's like when you say it, it's like, man, boss hasn't looked in your direction in quite a while.
Boss, I miss you. I haven't seen your face in so long. Boss! Boss! Boss!
Oh my god. Alright.
No! That is not the Whopper!
Oh my god.
Oh, should I just do the rest of the episode with that voice?
No, please don't. I don't think my lungs could handle it.
Mission list updated.
Yes.
Can I read the rest of the letter with that voice?
Yes, please.
I think it's only fair.
Oh, I'm dying.
That was incredible.
Like, I'm dying twice.
All right, we're going to finish off Adam's letter here.
All the best to you all. You've provided us with hours of content and insight, and taken time out of your days to interact with us as a whole or independently, and that's what makes Metal Gear Mondays a top-notch show, and even better, collection of people. I appreciate
Sorry, Alessio's editing on the fly.
I appreciate the time and experiences shared, whether it was through writing or playing video games. Or complaining about Kansas, or video chatting, going back and forth on social media. They've all been great human beings, and I hope wherever the wind takes you that you all find happiness. It's time to let her rip, you lovelies. You're all amazing, and I can't thank you enough. Boss! 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 Boss!
That was amazing. I'll read John's email real quick before we go into the next thing.
It's crazy.
Good morning. We are HC Stainless Steel Company Ltd. HC Gort. HC Gort. Our annual sales are nearly 1 billion, about 300,000 tons steel. We are a professional manufacturer engaged in research, development, production, sale, and service. We dedicate to strict quality control and thoughtful customer service, and our experienced staff members are always available to discuss your requirements and ensure every customer satisfaction. Semi-product raw material, sus stainless steel sheet coil, stripe, finished product, stainless screen, profile elevator panel tile, trim, wall panel, grade 20130 for 316 430, because Stone Cold said so, size and millimeter 1000, 2000, 121, 924, 3890, 10200, 12, 19, 30, 48, thickness, cold rolled, 0.33 millimeters, surface 2B, A2, 9S, B8, matte, mirror, hairline, number 4, decorative finish, Killer 7. Thanks, John.
Two booty.
Thanks, John. That was great. I think that they sent us an email because the word metal, if I had to guess. James, I think a Sapper email got to us.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
I just want to throw this out there really
Does
quick.
look like it's fucking Sapper email.
Yeah, they got to fix the fucking content department over there.
Boy, do they.
Throw this out there. So in finishing Adam's email with that voice, I get a text from Chelsea, my partner. She goes, hearing that voice through the door sending chills down my spine. So
Do you want to know something really messed up about this last email though? Is until the very end there, I was really trying to figure out, I was like, when did this happen? Like, what is this reference?
You were on the episode.
What?
Yeah, it was the MGS5 season. Weren't you on it?
No, it was just you and me for that one, I think.
The stainless steel one?
Oh, no, not the stainless steel.
No, that's what I'm talking about. I mean the stainless. I was sitting here
sorry.
during the reading of that, and I'm like, is this from a Metal Gear game?
Is this a really bad
Is
inside
this something the Colonel says?
Honestly, it reads like something
Right?
the Colonel says in Metal Gear Solid 2.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I was like,
Sauce, stainless steel, sheet, coil, strike, finished product, television, counter,
exactly.
wall pen, 2, 3, 4, 3, 1, 6, 4, 3, 0. We should get another cameo from Paul and have him read it.
Yeah. Just read it real crazy.
Oh my god.
So the next audio message.
Thank you, Adam and John.
So this comes from Matt Sizemore, aka Matt AF. Sam, did you ever bury the beef on you guys? The
Okay.
Postal Service thing.
All right. I never had any beef with Matt or the Postal Service. It was all fucking Jeff. And if you don't know, there was a podcast I did for a little bit with my friend Jeff called From Another Mother, and Jeff was the one who talked shit about the Postal Service.
Great band.
Although on this podcast, James had some issues with the Postal Service too.
Not the band. I did. Yeah. Fuck the Postal Service. Actually, no. I take that back.
We have to support them.
They're fucking coming for you.
They built our society's built on the back of the Postal Service people. I take back what I said about them. I've had a lot of time to grow, think, and reflect. And they're doing good work. My dog barks at them every day.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So we have one beef squash. If you want to squash the initial beef, you're gonna have to talk to fucking Jeff. Don't talk to me. I'm fine. I'm fine with it.
Wow. All right, so let's listen to what the other party has to say in this beef war.
Beef war.
Well, here we are. I want to start out by saying thanks for everything. You guys have provided me years of really good content. Really, really good shit. But it's more than that. Alessio, Sam, Isaac, even Cameron, and the new guys. I just really appreciate you for everything you've done and all the time that you have sacrificed putting together an amazing show. And I just really appreciate everything. And I always know that I'll be your biggest fan, and you'll always have my support for anything. Y'all want an example? Alessio, remember when you did Japanopod? I was there. I listened to it. I liked it. I supported it. Waiting for Michael. I'm still fucking waiting, brother. I don't know where he's at, but I waited with you. Nocturnal Transmissions. That was my shit. I loved it. Sam, may we have a word? I was there. Question and audio and answer. Whatever it was, that was probably one of my favorite shows. I was there. from another mother, I was there. Cameron, again, don't know if you'll ever hear this or see this. I don't know. Grindcore, I was there. Coventry, I was there. Metal Gear Mondays, I'm still here. You know why? Because you, all of you, deserve all the love and support. I really appreciate it. Genuinely, I do. And I'm thankful. And your buddy Matt, I'll always be here. I'll always be, I'll be the first to stand and the last to still be clapping. Just remember that. I meant that to sound more genuine and not so much evil villainish. You get what I'm saying. I'm your biggest fan. This is just going to keep getting weirder and weirder and weirder and weirder. See, now I'm losing function of my mouth. Thanks for everything, guys. From me to you, thanks. And until next time, it's just a box.
Hey, Matt, when your first daughter was born, I was there. when your wife conceived your second child, I was there.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
No, I love it, man.
Precious.
I appreciate all those I was theirs, but notice he didn't mention youtube.com/Sam vs. Sam. I legitimately no. Okay, I'm only saying this because not to promote it because like whatever, but like I legitimately because Matt was always there. Legitimately, I now convert the video for my Versus Vidcast series I do with Zach and Cole into a podcast format for him to listen to specifically. I do that for one person. I found a hosting website that's free and I just do that. I do that for him. He was there. And I do that for him.
Matt's like when the tectonic plates were shifting and continents were born, I was there.
Yes.
But if you do want to listen to it, you can Sam vs. Sam on.
I love you, Matt. And if you guys don't know, he is Matt as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
So that was very nice. James,
and he was there.
Matt, I think you might be James's biggest fan considering the roster of podcasts you were listening to.
Yeah, that was a stacked roster.
Yeah, that's some Reichmuth.
Yeah,
Reichmuth.
We gotta bring some of those back. I'm available to guest.
To guest. I like the skirting of responsibility. Well, you know what, James? James, if you're available to guest, why don't you just read Darcy's email real quick?
I sure will. This is from Darcy Susan. It is hard to bid the podcast its final farewell, as it has been an escape for those days where things weren't going well for me. Though those darker days are long behind me, the ones I have now are few and far between, I still remember all the times I escaped into a podcast where my thoughts and feelings aligned with others. Alessio, Sam, and Isaac felt like three close friends of mine on those days, and every moment I listened was more than worth it. Never felt I ever wasted any time listening to these podcasts. I'm so happy and grateful that I found others who felt the same way that I did about Metal Gear, which was a game that meant a lot to me. It was a game that, when I was 12 years old, helped my dad and I create a bond. I watched him play it, and I wanted to try. Then when I did, I completed the game, where he couldn't. In case you were wondering, he couldn't get past Rex Part 2 when Liquid Snake opened the canopy.
Social services should have come and got you right then and there.
When others took over to create MGM Revengeance, I was both skeptical and excited. I didn't know how the show would go, but I wanted to hear new thoughts from other people on the game. Cole, Chris, Tori, and Warren, you certainly delivered, and it was amazing to listen to you all. It was very surreal and almost like a dream come true when I was able to join you on the podcast, and even now I remember it so fondly. I wish I could have done it more often, as my thoughts of Metal Gear are almost endless. Thanks for having me on, and apologize to Alessio for not remembering the words forever and astronaut. I blanked, I panicked, and I answered incorrectly. So sorry for it. Thank you for everything you've done with this podcast, and I wish all of you well, the hosts, the listeners, the patrons, and the guests. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Here's to you.
That's great.
I love a Forever National plug.
Oh, yeah.
Should we, since it's very short, should we quickly read Alex's as well?
Yeah. Sam, you on it?
This is from Alex Sinadinos via email. I am truly sad to hear the show will be coming to an end. I absolutely love your show, and between mainline episodes and PCs, I've had nothing but fun listening to you guys talk about my favorite series as well as all the amazing interviews. I feel like a piece of me will be gone when you are gone. I absolutely appreciate everything you've done and will deeply miss this show.
Well, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to do Sean Wilkins real quick.
Yep.
Okay. We're breaking all the rules. Maybe it's our fucking last episode. We can do what the fuck we want.
All right, Sean Wilkins, the man who has humility and also balls. Guys, it's been great. Every iteration of the show. From the beginning, there was a definite charm. It was clear the show was a passion project. I was in from episode 1, albeit I was about a year and a half late to the show. I caught up right about the time the show was ending. The first time.
Didn't end. We went on a break.
Yeah, Sean, I'm going to come to your house and break your fucking kneecaps.
Cole knows about where he lives. We can
Oh yeah. I was devastated. Yeah, you will be. But I learned you were coming back with shorter seasons and was very excited for whatever was in store. I loved feeling like I had more buds that loved Metal Gear as much as, if not more than, me. To be honest, I didn't care what you guys talked about. I just enjoyed getting to be around whatever conversation you were having. It was true with the original host and continued to the next group and the next group. I'm sad the show is ending, but I'm glad there is still a great community that you guys have fostered. Hope to continue talking about games, movies, and art with you all.
Sean's great.
Thanks, Sean. Yeah, he's a good dude.
Go follow him on his social medias, Instagram and his Twitch, The Scratch Kid. Great artist. He's done a lot of art for both 1.5 and 2.0 of the podcast. He did the art for my YouTube channel.
What's the channel called?
It's youtube.com/Sam vs. Sam. The versus is spelled out.
He also did he did a self-portrait for me, or not a self-portrait, but a portrait for me with the tagline "for all intents and purposes." I guess I say that a lot.
Another one of Alessia's greatest catchphrases.
No, it's so funny.
Thanks, Sean. Thanks.
I mean,
Scene.
we've got one more short one if you want.
Yeah, let's get in there. Isaac, you want to fumble through that one?
Y'all do it. This one comes from Nick Steffen, Nick Steven, Nick
Steppenwolf.
Nick
Steppenwolf. Nick Steppenwolf mother.
Steppenwolf.
Oh shit.
Love it.
It's Nick Steppenwolf mother.
I love the show so damn much. Well, you gotta understand there's 5 exclamation points. All right. All of you guys have been what? All of you guys have been like my nerdy MGS super fan friends. I've listened to every episode and enjoyed them so much.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's a little bit
oh gosh.
Discuss places, yeah.
When my dad was dying of cancer, you guys helped me with a fun distraction while I was at work. After he passed away, I still had you guys to listen to. The lighthearted episodes with all the dorky details about all the games was some much needed relief in a difficult time in my life. I love all you guys so damn much. I'm honestly very sad to hear that the show is ending. I apologize that I'm only reaching out now, but I needed to tell all of you guys how much the show means and meant to me.
Nick, what a twist. I'm sorry to hear that about your dad. That's really rough.
Yeah.
But I'm at the very least glad that we could have been there to kind of help you through it a little bit. So
for sure.
I was making fun of Isaac at the top. I love this show so damn much. I get putting emphasis because of the 5 exclamation marks. But where did the accent come from?
Yeah, for sure.
What the fuck?
I was being in character.
I was being a character.
I'm Tommy from the room.
Hi, doggy.
Oh no! Oh, hi, doggy.
Oh, no.
Cool. So let's listen to another one. This is Nato from Florida.
It all began as I was listening to a Kojima playlist while I was working on my home improvements last year during COVID quarantine. I was listening to Way to Fall by Star Sailor on Spotify when the thought of looking up a Metal Gear Solid 3 episode of any video game podcast came to mind. Little did I know, there was a podcast called Metal Gear Mondays that was all about Metal Gear and everything related to Mr. Kojima. By the time I joined the party, it was the initial point of the Metal Gear Solid 3 season of Revengeance. This crew consisted of Cole, Tori, and Chris, and of course Warren. And it was like a match made in heaven. Tori blew me away with her in-depth The Boss knowledge. Cole and Chris had me laughing my ass off when they decided to reenact President Johnson and Khrushchev with awful accents. And then, of course, joined Warren, who would always keep the conversation alive and engaging. Then an episode featuring Ghost Dad came up. I didn't know who this Alessio guy was, but he seemed to have good vibes. Though maybe he was a recurring guest to the show. I did not know at the time. So throughout that time, it was the stopping point. So I decided to count how many episodes do I need to catch up. That's when I noticed how huge the backlog was. Before listening from episode 1, I went to their website, poopinass.com, and the first thing I see is a YouTube video of these 3 bozos in a car. Little did I know, these were the OGs, Alessio, Sam, and Isaac, who opened a new chapter of the Metal Gear Mondays lore. Or would it be a prologue? And became like a family to me. Thank you everybody for the discussions and laughs, as well as going above and beyond for the interviews. And best of luck to you guys as you move on to the next chapters in your life. This is Nato from Florida. And remember, it's just a box.
That's our word.
Yeah, what is up with everybody trying to steal the show exit? Like, we have to end the episode every time they say it?
Oh, God. You couldn't hear me say it, but I swear to God, Nato, if you say future endeavors.
No, Nato's really great. I think as soon as he realized who Ghost Dad was, he started DMing me. So we've been talking quite a bit.
I love how he calls you a recurring character.
A recurring character. I was like, yeah, you can say that.
Oh no,
so good.
But yeah, no, I'm glad that you went back and listened to all of it. It's a lot of fun. Whose turn is it? I have not been keeping up.
I think it's James.
I think it's you.
All right, I'll zip through this. It'll be fine. Jordan via email. Good morning, guys. Imagine my dismay. I've stumbled upon a podcast made for me. Long, in-depth, book club-themed discussions about one of my favorite franchises of all time, with over 100 episodes to boot. I've just finished the MGS2 section, and I begin to wonder, how much longer until we get to the Phantom Pain? How much more content do I have?
Ooh.
I scrolled all the way down the list to see gladly that you're still making episodes, but oh wait, what's this? The end of Metal Gear Mondays? Get your final farewells in before November 15th? This cruel and unfair twist of fate has, of course, led me to this hasty message to get in my questions before my chance is gone for good. I've missed my opportunity to discuss the games, their lore, their philosophy, their substance, the novels, the potential remake, the upcoming movie. So much to talk about, no time to do it. What's more, I don't know what questions have been asked and answered, so please find below a list of questions that you could choose to answer from. Perhaps you could answer one each. How many of you are even left? Alessio, Isaac, Sam, I hope y'all are still in it together by the time I make it to the end. And I will by Christmas at this rate. I'm burning through these episodes. That's my Christmas wish, guys. All right, so we gotta grant Jordan their Christmas wish.
Back. Let's answer these questions.
I think all of us answer very quickly. So
yes,
I'll read it real quick. If you had to be an MGS boss, which would you choose and why? Bear in mind you will have to suffer the same fate that character does with their respective storyline. Quick,
Blade
Sam.
Wolf from Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, because even though I'm a boss, I get rebuilt and I'm a badass.
Okay, sick. Isaac, pick one.
The End.
Oh, why?
He's pretty cool, dude. I don't know. His story arc's pretty interesting, and his I guess the ending is pretty.
You know. The end is built into the beginning. James, who's
Killed
yours?
me. Can I just go back to Metal Gear and be Big Boss?
Oh, hell yeah.
Definitely.
You mean the medic from the helicopter?
Exactly. I'm the medic.
Oops. Boomed him.
I'm going to pick Laughing Octopus from the beginning of MGS4 because I just get to sit in the corner of the ceiling and do nothing.
This is true. That's a
And
good
then
one.
get to do a fashion catwalk until I die. All right, quick. You must destroy all Metal Gears just like Snake does, except instead of using a Stinger, RPG, or
Ew.
chaff grenade to take down enormous bipedal mechs, you're going to snap every single Metal Gear disc in half with your bare pixelated hands. Basically, which Metal Gear game can you not destroy? Which
Some
game
of them
franchise?
don't come on discs.
Which game in the franchise is the one game you would play forever if you could only keep one? I can't say my pick, which is MGS2, without MGS1 existing. So I'm just going to have to say MGS1.
Well, you're just snapping the disc. You're not eliminating them from existence. So you
well,
can't
no,
say MGS2.
That's true. Yeah, so if I have to snap every disc except for one disc, it'll be Metal Gear Solid 1 Disc 1. Never see how it ends.
Yeah. I will say Metal Gear Solid 1 as a whole, just because I have so many good memories with it. That's obviously the reason
It's so
why
good.
we're fucking here doing this, and doing the thing. I swear to, like, I can't mention me playing with my dad enough on this podcast because it is formative, and that's why I love the series so much to do a whole ass podcast about it for 5 fucking years.
You talking about me playing with my... I was like, where is this going? Where is this? Isaac, which game would you not destroy?
I don't want to be cliche and add on, but probably the first one.
James, who played it in reverse chronicle, or I guess in true chronological.
No, so I'm gonna come in with a really hot take and say Phantom Pain.
Oh,
Love that
Like
game.
It's good. It plays well. It's good. Number 3, if you could have either a full modern day remake of every single Metal Gear entry or a Metal Gear Solid 6, which would you choose? I'm gonna go with the first part. I don't want Metal Gear
modern day
Solid
remakes.
6.
Yeah.
Also, Jordan said Metal Gear entry, so I'm gonna go ahead and say, give me that fucking MG1, dude.
Seriously,
Yo,
fuck.
that would
Metal
be
Gear
insane.
1.
Honestly, I would love to go back and play through all of the Metal Gears with the stories and cutscenes of the originals remastered, but the gameplay of 5. I would fucking love that.
Oh yeah.
Whoa.
I mean, you'd break the fuck out of every game, but
Oh yeah, absolutely, but it would be cool as shit.
yeah. You're like fighting the Harrier jet in MGS2, and you just call a fucking supply drop on time. Nice. Whether you or James, did you answer?
I'd get all the remakes for sure.
Hell yeah. Whether you answer my questions or not, we did. At the very least, could you do me a Metal Gear Mondays solid and give me a shout out, as my little household is growing one person bigger at the end of this year.
Congratulations.
And while we've had to maturely name him Arthur for the past 7 months, he has immaturely been referred to as Snake. It started as a little joke, but I've called him Snake for so long that now even the wife calls him Snake. Your podcast is excellent. Thanks for taking the time to read this, and I hope that whatever you're stopping the podcast for, I wish you all good luck and good fortune for the future. Pretty good.
There it goes.
Well, we're actually stopping it because Snake has been born into existence, and now the games are becoming reality. So,
Arthur's a good name. I like the name Arthur.
yeah.
It's very strong. It's a strong name.
I can only think of aardvarks and cowboys. So
Aardvark Arthur Morgan.
Yeah, oh no. Isaac, do you want to read David?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Zykonski.
there you go.
How the fuck, Isaac? How the fuck is that the name you just say with that much confidence? What the fuck?
Yeah. What?
Oh, okay. It's easy.
All right.
Isaac can barely fucking flick a rubber band, but then we give him a bow and arrow and he shoots it perfect from over his back.
It's like Aquafina and Shang-Chi.
Amazing. All right, Isaac, get in there.
All right. Too little, too late. Just wanted to say thank you for all the hours of content you produced.
You're welcome.
David. Unfortunately, by the time I found y'all, you moved to Brooklyn right when I was leaving, going back down south, and MGM now had the tagline of Revengeance. Still, I was always happy for more content. Wish I had found you earlier to contribute in a way other than saying thanks, but that is it. Thanks for all the entertaining commutes to and from work. Sure made going to work a pleasure.
You know what?
Look at
Let's do
that.
David a solid. James, if David could contribute, what do you think he would have contributed to earlier episodes?
If David would have contributed, you know what? I think he would have. I think that he would have been a fantastic fourth or fifth chair for those early episodes.
Nice. We don't even know what David sounds like, but nice.
I know, but I have a feeling based on his language, based on his name, I think he's got a good voice.
Nice. For some reason, I get the feeling that David would have contributed just this weird situation where I would have woken up in a cold sweat. I'm tied up. There are bombs planted all over my house, and I've got to defuse them before they go off. I don't know why. I just get a feeling that yeah. And also, David would be rolling around in roller skates with like a big bomb jacket on. But nice. Seamus sent us a Fat Boy Slim,
Yeah.
so
Can
we're
I
gonna
read-
come back.
Can I read Seamus's after the next list?
Yeah. Let's pull up the next. Pick them up. Let's do Cody Coates.
Cody Coates.
Sweet.
Cody
sweet,
Co. No,
sweet.
that's not it.
Cody who?
Coates. I wonder how much Cody Coates gets Cody Co jokes thrown at him.
There's a Whitest Kids You Know sketch. I think it's the Supersize Me with Whiskey sketch,
Oh
where like halfway through, Trevor Moore's wife in the skit is like, which rest in peace, Trevor Moore. Trevor Moore's wife in the skit is like, "You slept with the Coke girl. You don't even know her name." And then he pauses for a second and he goes, "Yes, I do. It was Cody." And I don't know why, but Cody Coates just reminds me of that every fucking time. Anyway, this is Cody Coates, ladies and gentlemen.
Cody
Take it
Coates.
away.
All right, so I'm recording this real fast in between doing a couple things at work. But I remember back in 2019 was about the time, probably in late summer, I discovered Metal Gear Mondays. Just as someone who was working at Kroger at the time, I didn't have a customer-facing job for about half the week. I was in the back doing things, which means I had a lot of podcast time. And in my friend group, I've always been the person who gets to explain the Metal Gear Solid lore. It's kind of a, I don't know, not a parlor trick, because parlor trick doesn't take like 8 hours, but a good road trip time spent. I don't want to call it a time waster, but it really is. But I wanted to hear someone else talk about it, and that's when I stumbled onto Metal Gear Mondays, blew through pretty much everything up to that point. And it helped the days go by. And I'm super glad that Metal Gear Mondays has introduced me to a fantastic community of people with similar interests, not just with Metal Gear Solid, but music, movies, other video games, books. It's an awesome group of people. And I'm super glad that even in like a very tiny, minuscule way, really just on the Discord, I was able to be part of it in some way. And I look forward to continuing with that community going forward after the show's gone. I hate to say it, but rest easy at Metal Gear Mondays.
Finally, somebody acknowledges that we need to get some sleep around here.
Cody, time clock theft is a serious offense. Shape the fuck up.
We're reporting you to your manager.
Surprise! This is an HR intervention.
Oh no! You remember Undercover Boss? Well, have you heard of Undercover Podcast? Nice. Okay, yeah. Hit up. Let's do Moose 1 because there's two Mooses.
So for the record,
wait, hold on. I think it was either Seamus or Thomas, but somebody started talking about how the moose is the number one like lethal four-legged mammal in the United States.
Have you fucking seen a moose in real life?
Yeah.
It's so true.
They're
monsters.
fucking terrifying. Oh my god! Anyway, I believe that they're terrifying.
I can't believe this sentient moose sent us an email.
If you, oh my god, two different.
Well, I mean, to be
mooses.
fair, mooses, they are sentient, but yes, sorry.
Yeah, if you run afoul of a real life moose, just it's been a good run. Just accept it. So this first one is from Seamus Moose via email. I want to start by saying thank you to everyone who has carried the torch. Located in the cave right after the first fight with Ocelot for hosting Metal Gear Mondays. I began typing all the names out but feared I would forget someone. So rather than doing that, I will say
He would have forgotten Isaac, for the record.
Definitely. Yeah.
Always.
Always never forget, Isaac. Always never forget. So rather than doing that, I will say this to those who hosted. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. You all created something extremely special that served not only as an entertaining podcast, but also as a reliable escape from the tumultuous storms of life. From the perspective of the listener, it's easy to idealize being a host of a video game podcast. Chatting with friends about video games is what comes so easily, right? Well, yes, but scheduling that passion around life and doing the necessary tasks to keep it on the air changes it completely and can only be done through a serious amount of commitment to the listeners and the source material. So once again, thank you all. Have we all collectively finally gotten Kojima's original message through our heads? To live, as Snakes told us to on the Snowmobile Metal Gear Solid 1, and find what's important to us and pass it on. Snake's speech in front of Independence Hall. I feel like he's just been trying to say over and over to stop playing these damn games and go live your life. He wanted to end the series long ago, but money, etc. kept him producing them. Have we collectively all finally done what is necessary to walk away from these games by analyzing the absolute bejesus out of them and gleaning every piece of meaning that we can from them? I think so. I agree. That's me, Sam, saying that. I think some of us genuinely don't even like Metal Gear anymore for whatever reason. I honestly still love Metal Gear, but just to see so many ways it could be more optimized in terms of storytelling, then I get a little frustrated seeing metaphors and messages only half communicated. I really have so much to say about Metal Gear, I don't even have the patience to type it. I have a degree in interpretation of literature, well, like 9/10 of one. And I've brought that mindset to every image and frame of the whole series. It's fucking exhausting, y'all. And literally no one ever knows what the fuck I'm talking about when it comes to Metal Gear. Providing context for people who haven't played them extensively doesn't happen easily. I started to try and write out these ideas, but it's just so much. Lol. This is why I've dreamed of being on the podcast a few years now, but unfortunately I haven't been able to give that dream the attention it needs to actualize it. Hashtag sad boy Seamus Moose. I'm not even 100% sure what I'm trying to communicate other than thank you. Unfortunately, I have to go to work right now. I'm sorry this isn't a better email with more insights and beautiful memories. Thank you all so much for this podcast. I've loved so much. It has been an honor being a patron, and it's meant the world to me. And so...
One thing I find very interesting is that all of our American listeners are like, dude, you saved me from work. Oh my God, I'm doing this between work. I've got to do it before work. And then all the European listeners are like, on this very breezy Sunday that I'm enjoying 4 days out of the week, I stumbled upon your wonderful podcast.
It's almost like it's like a social commentary on...
Yeah.
I messaged... So, Seamus, I messaged Seamus actually directly because I wasn't sure if he sent something in, and he mentioned that he did, and we had a short conversation. And he, Alessio, do you have the clip queued up?
I do.
So he sent me a message on back on Facebook, and he said, just at the tail end of our conversation, he says, "Has anybody pointed out that during Metal Gear Solid 1, Snake was in fact a Shadow Moses Island boy?" So I'd like to cue Seamus's beautiful song here.
Yeah. That Shadow Moses Island boy. Metal Gear XPS toy. Got the SOCOM go bop bop bop. Got the farmers on my bop bop bop. Don't cut the Geno soldiers no slot. Say Vulcan Raven got eat by the bird.
Oh my gosh.
The Vulcan Raven part fucking killed.
Vulcan Raven got eaten by the bird. That phenomenal. Thank you so much, Seamus. For
I'm not gonna lie, Seamus. The timbre of your voice when doing your I'm just gonna like set that as my morning alarm clock or something. So since we're gonna hunt both of these Moose brothers at the same time, let's pull up Tom. Yeah. Also, I'm trying to figure out. I cannot remember. I sold one of these fellas my PlayStation 3 with a 1 terabyte hard drive and a bunch of games. So I hope you're enjoying it. They specifically bought it to play Peace Walker. Peace Walker.
Shit.
So here we go. Tom Moose in June 17th of 2021 said at AC Summerfield, I was wondering if you've replayed Metal Gear Solid 5 since you discussed it on MGM. There are a bunch of good story analysis videos that might change your mind on a lot of the complaints you and I had when it first came out. And then I begrudgingly typed back, I haven't, but I've been meaning to. Honestly, having played it thoroughly twice through, I'm not sure, ironically, if rewatching Futura Sound Productions videos will unlock anything for me. I, quote, get it. It's just not something I'm particularly fond of. We'll keep you posted. Tom follows back up the next day. I hear you. I was in agreement with what you said on the podcast, but I am playing through for the second time after watching a few videos. I'm enjoying it more because it's a different way of telling a story that can only be done through video games, but also clunky as hell. Then I said, with a lot of salt, that is a good way to put it, and I'm always in favor of titles that take the most advantage of the medium, especially ones that shed the, quote, cinematic emulation of film in order to really shine in ways that only games can provide. Sorry for seeming so salty. Then Tom said, this is like the 9th time I've listened to the review, so I think I must enjoy salt. And then I said, which, the 5 season? And then he said, the 5 season. Recently, since I'm doing another playthrough. And then months later, confession, I never finished the playthrough.
It was on June 20th. That response was on August 6th.
Yeah. And then he said, Tom said, got bored.
Dang.
And then Tom at the very bottom said, hey, can my final message to MGM just be you telling the story of these tweets? I imagined I'd get you to change your mind on MGS5 and you'd come back to the podcast and review it again and call me amazing for opening your eyes. Still haven't finished that.
That was on November 13th that he added that.
Yes. Hey, Tom. We were totally going to do it, brother. No, I'm absolutely kidding. I was never going to do it.
Never going to do it. I'll
replay it without the show as a burden, and then I will tell you.
Yeah. I probably won't.
Hey, James. The fama go, ba, ba, ba. It's going to be stuck in my head for a million years.
Oh, so bad. It's
James,
so
can
bad.
you read Dragonhide's email? Because there's something at the end that I think you're going to find particularly interesting.
Absolutely. So here we go. This is Matt, aka Dragonhide, via email. He says, I started listening to the podcast in 2018 and was hooked pretty quickly with such a big backlog to go through. The chemistry of the cast and the tone of the show is just perfect for me. I was particularly impressed when you started booking interviews. Thought they were conducted well and you all asked some good questions. I think it was the introduction of those that made me sign up to the Patreon. Either that or Alessia's constant nagging.
Thanks, Matt.
Sad to see the show end, but let's be honest, you did cover everything. Cough, episode 50.5.
Boy, oh boy.
Man, Dragonhide, you're going to be surprised. Matt, I tell you what.
I also wanted to shout out to all the hosts over the years. Thought you all did a great job and enjoyed listening to y'all. If anyone is listening and hasn't joined the Discord community yet, please reach out as it's a great community. All I have left to ask is, will any of you ever play a Metal Gear game? If so, how long will you wait? And which one will it be? Also, I wrote you some fan fiction to perform.
Before we open the fan fiction, do you mean like will we ever play a Metal Gear game again? Because I actually, you know what? This is a good time to admit I've never played a Metal Gear in my life.
What's a Metal Gear?
Exactly.
I love that this looks like it just looks like an old like GameFAQs guide.
Oh
yeah, it's a .txt file. Yeah. Amazing. So we've got 2 characters, Snake and Otacon. Hold on.
I want to elect who's going to play these. I think James has to play Otacon because he stays nasty.
Who's going to be Snake?
Isaac.
Okay.
Sam, can you read the scene header at the very top?
Right. We have an external shot, New York public toilet.
Get in there.
You know, Snake, if you just stop eating the cigarettes, this wouldn't happen.
Remind me, Otacon.
No, you gotta say it with the typo.
What?
Oh, Otacon spelled weird.
Oh. Remind me, Otacon. Switch this damn thing off when I'm using the bathroom.
You can't switch it off. I'm always listening. Always. For your safety, you know? I think you're going to have to accept defeat on this one, Snake. The Discovery is going to be at the bridge in 20 minutes. You'll have to just do without them.
The Discovery?
The boat that he jumps onto?
Oh,
on
was that
MGS2s.
called the Discovery?
Yeah, the USS Discovery.
Oh.
I got you, Matt. Isaac, how you gonna handle this next one?
We're just gonna, damn
Gosh
it!
darn it!
No offense, Otacon.
Hold on.
I'm thinking.
No offense, what?
No
Hold
offense,
on, read it
Otacon.
closer.
Okay. There. No offense, Otacon, but this is why I'm out here in the field and you are sat on the computer. Just think about it. What if I get on board the tanker and one of the doors is booby-trapped with some laser-triggered C4 and I can't see the lasers because I've left the SIGs at home?
Oh, come on, Snake. You're really reaching on this one. Why would a bunch of Marines booby-trap their own ship? It makes no sense.
Oh, jeez, Rick.
But what if the ship gets hijacked by some terrorists who happen to be carrying all the equipment necessary to set up such a booby trap? And there is only this one possible route to get through. What happens then, Otacon? People die.
Isaac's voice is gonna be fucked if we do this for longer than 3 minutes.
Well, in any case, according to military protocol C-45A-9, it's standard practice to leave at least 2 bags of flour next to such an installment.
Yeah, why is there so much flour?
That's hijackers don't play by the rules, Otacon. We need the SIGs.
Matt, I just want you to know that I did not ask him to read your typo because I was picking on you. I wanted him to read it because it's fucking hilarious.
I love it. I love this stage direction. Size in the way Otacon is.
I love that Otacon is spelled right everywhere except in the dialogue too.
I should have just sent it. I should have just sent this to Christopher Angel.
Yeah.
Oh, fine. I guess you're right. That's why I'm at home at the computer and you're in a public bathroom trying to push out a pack of smokes.
You haven't experienced fear unless you have used the Manhattan public bathroom. Just find me the nearest convenience store en route.
Hey, real quick, you know how I can tell Matt's never been to New York. We don't fucking have public bathrooms, and it's the worst thing in the world.
I just love James devolving into Morty the further it went on. Oh, jeez, Rick, I don't know if I want to fight a Metal Gear today.
It really did become Morty towards the end.
I love it.
Mordicon.
I think going back to Matt's question, I think I would want to play. I think I'm going to play Metal Gear Acid again, just because I like card games, and I modded a PSP Go recently, so I think I'm going to play that.
Nice.
James, did you have one? If you had to go back and play one right now,
If I had to play one right now, maybe Peace Walker.
it's a really good one.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we have 8 more listener responses and 2 more messages.
Wait, hold up.
No,
you guys answered it already.
He's already over it.
Did we?
I thought you guys said something. Oh, no. I was thinking about the MGS1 response.
Holy shit.
No.
Wow, Alessio.
Sorry.
I would probably go. Honestly, the legit answer is probably Ground Zeroes if I was going to pick a recent.
It's so good.
Hey, Ground Zeroes is so good.
Dude, I would fucking kill somebody, like, no joke, for like a Hitman level.
Oh my god, right?
Like a Hitman released Metal Gear game where you just got like a different map every couple of months.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
What about you, Isaac? What would you go back and play?
I'm thinking
Arby's.
I'm thinking Arby's.
We have the meat.
This is gonna be a weird one. So is he saying like if we could play only one game?
No, I think he's saying like since we are all burned out on Metal Gear, if we wanted to go back and play one, when would it be and how long would we wait? I don't think I would wait very long. I'm down with it.
Yeah, I mean I liked Rising. I think it
Oh,
was
yeah.
kind of different enough
so
that
good.
you could. I don't know. I don't know why I really liked that game. It was
Yeah, it's good.
just a lot of fun.
And speaking of Rising, let's play Tyler Washington's clip.
Tyler Washington.
Metal Gear Mondays, acknowledge me. I am your tribal chief, Tyler. I am the Quizmania champion. So as I explained in the last episode when they were showing, listeners who got to join in on some things, I found this on a weird whim. Found it through my last job when I was bored, on my phone, looking for Metal Gear Solid music. Never looked back. Here we are almost 3 years later. And I must say, always fun to listen to the podcast, always fun to interact in the Discord. If you ever need to talk to me, I'm there in the Discord as a different name every month, but I'll always be the Ichiban picture. Kind of your residential Ichiban lookalike. I'm his he's my Japanese twin. So that's cool. So yeah, always had a good time here. Can't complain about the peeps. I'm in there making stupid comments about something. If not, someone calls me out on my stupidness. Nothing too controversial, I hope. Metal Gear Rising is the best game in the series. I've officially put that to vote. And as your tribal chief, it's official. But yeah, guys, good times. Always ahead. The podcast may be over, but we'll still always be around. I'll probably be the last person in this Discord until it dies, because I never leave crap and I never delete crap. That is one of my issues. But gotta say that the time that we spent together is always great. There's always a thought process of, could it be brought back? That's up to the people who are in charge. If not, they know there are people out there who will take it. Unfortunately, I will probably be one of those people. So, here's to you, listeners. Yeah, I stole that. And come find me on the other end.
Suffering Succotash, son. It's not coming back. You can't have it. Get that Roman Reigns tribal chief bullshit out of here, Tyler.
Damn.
Whoa.
Yeah, dude. Here's to you, sweet baby dear Tyler. You're not taking the keys to my car, god damn it.
This ain't no Ferris Bueller shit. You're not gonna take the car and destroy half the house.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
Yeah,
All
man.
right. Yaman.
Cool.
So we have one more voice message.
We have one more voice and 8 more letters.
Yeah.
All right. So let's do two apiece. I'm gonna do two
Okay.
apiece. Here we go. Moss Boss via email. Yo, I'm M. Don't mind my awful email address. It was pretty bad. We all have been cringe at one point in our lives. I got into Metal Gear about a month ago and found this podcast. Needless to say, it became an instant favorite. It's a shame I didn't find it earlier. Thanks for the laughs. I've learned a lot of things I didn't previously know about listening to this. Wait, hold on. About listening to this? Okay, cool.
Things I didn't previously know about listening to this, like comma.
Oh, yeah.
He learned things about Metal Gear from listening to us.
Nah, dude, he learned things about listening to Metal Gear Monday. Or she. Even if I'm late to the party, it feels pretty weird to see a show end. Can't wait for the final episodes. Much luck to you all.
Really off mic real quick. What was the email address?
Moss Boss's email address was nowyoumustdie, at gmail.com.
Oh.
That kind of reminds me of some young fool on
yes.
fanfiction.net.
I'm going to read the dankest of them all, Mike Danker, a.k.a. the one and only. Via email. Sad to hear the show is ending again, Mike. Shaking my head at you. But all great things must come to an end. And then I'm going to add, again. I found this podcast during a really dark time in my life in 2017, and finding a good podcast dedicated to Metal Gear was very rare. By the time I finished up the archive, I was bummed to find out that you guys ended at MGS4 and never got to talk about the Phantom Pain. Then, one day, out of the blue, the feed was updated, announcing the return of the show. I joined the Discord, but my life was still in hell and I had to leave. Things are looking up now, thanks to you guys and the MGM community. What did we do, Mike? Thank you for the years of entertainment, and wish everyone the best. That day that we came back, Mike was offered the best job in all the land.
Mm-hmm. The day that Metal Gear Mondays came back was the most important day of your life, but to me, it was Tuesday. What? Tuesday?
The day the turkeys came
back. I'm not gonna have you cue it, but like I just feel like Ross from Friends yelling, "We were on a break" every time somebody says the show ended.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Did y'all not hear Alessio's rant on episode 1
I was livid.
of the finale?
Sam, take Andrew and Louis, and then we'll have Isaac take the next two.
I sure can. Andrew Forrester via email says, "Hey guys, MGM was a regular go-to podcast while at work, so thanks for the laughs, good times, and all the best for all future
God damn it.
endeavors." Andrew, my God, what do you know?
Spoiler, Andrew, I'm not doing a goddamn thing after this.
For the record, I am still convinced that Kojima is just a dork that likes to read books and happens to make games that get taken way too seriously by people that either hate or love him.
I believe that, and I think he might be like taking advantage of that a little bit.
Yeah, agreed. Now, instead of some sappy question, given the opportunity, what Metal Gear related object, mech, vehicle, costume, weapon, etc. would you like to spend 10 minutes destroying with a lead pipe? It could be out of morality, the tactile feeling, spite, or just for kicks. I'd happily annihilate a few dwarf geckos just because they're annoying, but I always thought the Solidus's Doc Ock tentacles look dumb, and his suit already has jetpacks that leave fire trails, which seem pretty OP, so they gotta go. Thanks again for everything.
I'm gonna go ahead and say James's answer to that, and James would absolutely spend 10 minutes beating Huey with a pipe.
Absolutely.
It would be Huey's wheelchair.
James would put himself in Hot Coleman's place.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. Like whenever he gets pushed down the stairs, like I want to switch places and be the one to do the pushing,
and then switch back to Snake and stare at him in the eyes and laugh in his face.
Exactly.
I would kneecap fucking Fat Man. Just like go for those rollers, those fucking dumbass roller skates.
I'd smack the Zorro mask off of Skullface.
Jesus.
Isaac, what about you?
I would take Vulcan Raven's
the
weird backpack.
Yeah, his armor and his that backpack, and just like
backpack,
meticulously take it apart.
I would take a lead pipe to the doorknob's red hand.
Yo,
the doorknob's red hand,
like a baseball.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, Luis Marin Jr. via email.
This
Metal Gear
right here is my Metal Gear letter. Hey.
Metal Gear letter. That's actually funny because not the same rapper, but he does quote a rapper at the end of it. Metal Gear Mondays will always have a special place in my heart. On top of being the first podcast to introduce me to Patreon, it was also one of those podcasts that got me through 3 years of working my overnight job. Again,
Jesus.
I spent countless
Corporate
hours
America, you owe me money.
Yes, I spent countless. You're welcome for the fucking productivity, bitches. I spent countless hours listening to old episodes because it felt like the equivalent to a comfort show that you could go back and watch over and over again. It was great to hear people who enjoyed Metal Gear series as much as I have over the years, and even though I'm sad to see it go, I'll always have those great memories of all the jokes, stories, and interviews with people who helped make the series as iconic as it is. Thank you all for making something that I looked forward to every week. I wish everyone who contributed to the show much success in your future endeavors, no matter what they may be. Alessio,
I'm gonna scream.
Did you coach these people?
I did not.
God.
What has society done to people?
I don't know. To quote the great 21st century poet Kendrick Lamar, there's beauty in completion and always faith in the unknown.
Oh.
All
right.
Isaac, you want to read Jason?
Well, hold on. I want to play our last audio message.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yes. And this one comes from the other Sam.
Oh.
The other Sam. All right. The other Sam.
Oh, Inferior Sam here, also known as Sam Lemke, the one and only Arkansas listener. So, Metal Gear Mondays, time to send it off. I found Metal Gear Mondays the same way all of you did. I searched for it. Well, not for it specifically, but for Metal Gear Solid in a podcast. And lo and behold, there was actually something there. And it was one of very few. There were only a handful of different Metal Gear things. And this was the first one I happened upon. And I gave it a spin. And here there were 3 goofy bastards and a mime discussing one of my favorite franchises. And I was instantly hooked on the way the 4 guys, Alessio, Cam, Sam, and Isaac, their chemistry, and just even though they had fun, they were also serious enough with the subject matter that we were able to suspend our disbelief and enjoy the product as it was presented. And then Alessio would always come back in and ask the serious questions. When I discovered it, I listened to it. It was like 24/7 for weeks until I got completely caught up. And I started talking to Alessio and Sam through Facebook, because at the time it was really just the 2 of them then. Isaac was still there, but of course, the life of a mime is hard, being completely cut off from all true social interaction. I got to know them a little bit through, I think it was just through the Facebook page and Facebook Messenger and that sort of thing. And it was just crazy for me to find these people that were as interested in Metal Gear Solid as I was, and people I'd never met before. They're just, I was like, wow, there's really people that like this thing as much as I do out there. And they want to talk about it all the time. So just massively drawn in. And Sam was hilarious. And Alessio was always, even though Alessio was also funny, he was also thought-provoking. And I really, as I listened for several weeks, catching up, I started to really resonate with Alessio. And just his way of thinking about things, and just I identified with him as a person. And so I felt like I had found these friends, and particularly one person who was a real friend, but I didn't really know them. But they were available and they talked. They would return messages, and it was insane. And so it felt a little bit like talking to a celebrity. But it turned out they were real people. And so getting to know them was great. Then, the Discord came along, and that was awesome, getting to meet so many other people within Metal Gear Mondays, the community, and just see what, Sam and Alessio and Isaac had created in this community that, and I think that in some of the other episodes, Tori and Chad and some of this have really pointed out, like, there was almost never any problems. And the only times there were problems, I caused them. So, favorite MGM moments. I mean, there was Tori's box was a great one. The delivery she did not expect, and I still have the video. And I am still amazed that you could not figure out from the outside what was inside the box, Tori. And just one of my favorite Metal Gear Mondays memories is not a Metal Gear Mondays memory, but it's something I wouldn't have had without Metal Gear Mondays. And that is watching Alessio finish Half-Life Alyx at like 1 o'clock in the morning on my phone while I played some other game. I feel like it was Dishonored. Probably Death of the Outsider. Just watching him on Discord on my phone while I played Dishonored on my TV, and us just talking. And I kept saying, I've got to go to bed. And then we were like, this is going to be it. This is the end. And then it wasn't. It just kept going. So many good things for Metal Gear Mondays. So many. And I just want to say that more than anything, I'm so glad to have met people, particularly Tori and Alessio, who have become real friends and a part of my life. These are people I talk to regularly, and even though we've never had a chance to meet, I don't suspect that our friendship will grow apart, but will grow closer. So, to all of you hosts at Metal Gear Mondays and everyone behind the scenes that made it work, thank you. Thank you for these years. Here's to you. And I think, Alessio, the appropriate thing here is to cue it here. Here's to you, Nicole and Bart. So wherever you guys go next, I'm so excited to see what each of y'all's lives bring out. But leave me alone for Patreon. I'm done. I've given you $1 a month for years now. You can stop asking me for money.
Well, underneath this commentary until the next letter, we're gonna have some music. So saddle up. No, thank you so much, Sam. It was super nice. He's a good dude. For everybody who does not know, Sam rallied the entire Discord together to buy Tori a PlayStation 4 and a copy of Death Stranding. And it was super cool. And then he wrapped the box up as if it were like a Death Stranding package with the appropriate tape and everything. Super cool moment. It was just super nice. And then obviously, like, Sam also, whenever I was like hard up for money and Control came out, I fucking woke up to him having sent me a copy of Control from donations from everybody on the Discord again.
Wow.
So yeah, super nice dude. Appreciate all the memories in the Discord, and yeah, 100% echo all the sentiments back, man. I appreciate the message. We're gonna let Joan Baez sing for a little bit longer, and then Isaac, would you like to pick up Jason's email?
Just really quickly before Isaac reads it, Jason at the bottom of this letter stands in solidarity with me. I'm still waiting for a couple of those.
No, I almost removed it from the document.
I never forgot, but I just need the people to remember forever too.
All right,
Isaac, continue.
Here we go. This one comes from Jason Zarniak via email. Hey bosses, thanks for everything. Getting to know this broad worldwide community has opened my mind to so many different thoughts and beliefs. All the hosts and everyone in the Discord have been an undying source of support and inspiration for my own creative endeavors. Whoa, say that word again. It's what keeps me going most of the time, and I know that I'm not the only one who feels this way. I can't wait to see the amazing things you all come up with in the future. Metal Gear Monday.
The same letter. Fuck.
Yeah, right.
Jason, you get it too. Fucking God.
No.
What do you know?
Metal Gear Mondays became something greater than a podcast. It will always have a home in my heart. Metal Gear Mondays forever. Big boss salute emoji. P.S. Alessio never did the cinnamon challenge.
God damn.
He sure as fuck didn't.
P.S.S. Zach still owes us a charred or bullet-ridden copy of Snake's Revenge.
He sure does.
The audience never forgets.
Well, so Isaac, Zach, myself, and possibly TJ are all going to meet up in Manhattan for a lunch dinner for Linner on the 27th of November. So maybe I can bring some cinnamon with me, and Zach can bring an NES copy of Snake's Revenge, and we can just get this knocked out in the middle of the
the only way I'm accepting that is if you film it, because I can't. I have to be able to see it. I need to get my verification. You're supposed to do it on the YouTube channel with me.
That's true. We should go do it in front of the Independence Hall monument as well, just for extra bonus points.
I also want to take a second to Allie versus Jason on Twitch. Jason and his very recently new wife Allie. They've been together, but they got married very recently. Congratulations. Are on Twitch doing gaming stuff and cooking stuff and all kinds of stuff. So ALLY versus Jason. The versus is not spelled out as VS, but you know what you can do. Also go to youtube.com/Sam versus Sam. The versus is spelled out there.
I totally forgot to add this to Sam Lemke's audio message, but Sam, Mr. the only listener in Arkansas, unless you're driving around and setting up MGM listening stations, apparently there are 33 cities in Arkansas that have all listened to Metal Gear Mondays.
Wow.
Also,
he walked across Arkansas like Sam, and Sam Porter was just connecting points.
Yeah. He's just stashing iPhones in those little containers for people to pick up. Also, while checking those stats, I discovered that we have listeners in Helsinki. What?
Helsinki?
That's cool.
Wow.
Yeah, what?
Where have been the listener responses from Helsinki? What the fuck?
Yeah, right? Isaac, do you want to take the second one from James?
This one comes from James Cichon.
Nope, it's right there for you.
Oh, wait.
It's
sorry.
right there phonetically for you. Right there. in
I'm
parentheses.
sorry. I didn't know. I can only read so much.
No, don't do
no,
that.
let's go. Get that out of here. I just want you to know,
I haven't had a hamburger in 12 months.
Unless you put burger.
Yeah, cheap burger on. I will not stand for that, James. James Cheon. We figured it out. All right. He says,
I should have just opened with that in the first place.
"Hey there. Just wanted to let you guys. Just wanted to let you guys
He
know."
came up to us on a horse and just went, "Hey there."
Whoa.
Dutch.
Good.
I got a plan, Arthur.
I got a boat. Arthur, a boat.
Oh, anyway.
Oh my gosh.
We're going to Costa Rica.
Oh, I'm so tired.
God.
Yes.
Yes.
One final hurrah.
All right. Here
We
we
gotta
go.
push.
James is gonna say, "Hey there. Just wanted to let you guys." Stop saying-
I'm sorry.
Come on, Arthur.
Uncle Arthur. Uncle Arthur.
Oh my God.
We're just voicing all of the characters.
Marston.
Damn it, Arthur.
James Marston.
Damn it, Arthur.
James Marsters says.
Oh no.
Okay, read it.
Okay,
sorry.
you
James
guys,
Cheon.
chill. Hey there. Just wanted to let you guys know I appreciate all that you've done, all that you've all done for us. This podcast has been my favorite for a long time, and the only podcast that I've listened to through and through. It's
That's
like we have a
twice.
connect. Yeah, it's like a connection. It's like we have a connection or something. I wish the best for all of you, and I'm looking forward to the finale. Love for Ghost Dad and the rest as
Hi.
well.
Lenny. Lenny. James, would you do us the courtesy of reading what Justin has to say? I have
Absolutely.
a special plan in mind for the last email.
I love that.
Whoa.
Justin Egan, aka Dissolve, via email says, "Dear MGM hosts, new and old, including guests and semi-regular fan hosts, I could probably never adequately express my gratitude and love for the incredible community you've cultivated. No moral human words. No moral human words.
Can you tell me some amoral human words?
Maybe you meant moral. No mortal human words and idioms could do justice to the immense comfort and joy MGM has brought me for the last few years. I discovered the show during a hiatus, but had so much material to work through as I cut and burned myself night after night in the kitchen.
Whoa.
The running
That's the
jokes-
word. Hiatus.
Thank you. Dissolve gets it.
Oh, he gets it.
The running jokes and love for Metal Gear helped me get through some of those incredibly stressful shifts. I was overjoyed when I heard announcements about a new cast of hosts who'd be carrying the torch left alight by their forebears. And then the COVID times began, and I joined the Discord. And since then, it's become the social network I remain the most active in. Interacting with some of the funniest, chillest people I know online has helped me retain my sanity. Our book club style monthly channels for games and movies have exposed me to some of my now all-time faves. Do the Right Thing and Pray come to mind.
Nice.
Getting feedback on my writing from the Ghost Dad himself was an honor and a privilege.
Hello.
In fact, all of my interactions with our lineage of hosts have been some of the only rewarding parasocial relationships that I've experienced. I felt like an equal, not just a fan. That matters. Thank you all, and thank you to everyone in Discord who's been such a special part of my life.
Thank
Great.
you, Dissolve.
That was an
Yeah,
awesome.
I wanted to take a second here to kind of bring that up because I don't mean this as like a horn tooting moment, Marston, but but like I've heard the term parasocial relationship actually a lot in the last couple of months, just with respect to other content that I consume, and I say this because the hosts of this show, I think, for the most part, have, if I'm thinking about how much we used to and currently and have interacted, I've never been a part of a community of something that I've enjoyed that has been quite as active and involved and shared nearly as much. So after a certain point, would you call it parasocial?
Yeah, this is a social.
Yeah, it's a legit
interaction.
social. This is a social relationship for sure. So I just
Actually, you know what? The moment that the show ends, we're actually not going to speak to anybody ever.
Yeah, we're deuces. Our glamours are going to fade, and we're going to rocket back into space, just like we planned the entire time. But
Also,
yes, Justin Dissolvi, hiatus was the word for before. The show is now ending. Hiatus was the word. Thank you.
Yes. Dissolvi, also big ups. One of the things that's always going to stand out to me, and I think we talked about this off mic, I can't remember if it was off mic or on mic, was one of those monthly game clubs we did, Disco Elysium.
Yeah.
So I elected Disco Elysium a month before the director's cut was coming out. So we actually pushed it just so we could all play when the director's cut came out. And I just remember talking to Chad and Dissolvi quite a bit, specifically those two, about the game. And I think it really resonated with all of us. And Dissolvi, I think's profile avatar is actually still a still image from, like, a character portrait from Disco Elysium. So I just wanted to say thanks for that. And we had a really good time putting on, like, a fake radio play / virtual escape room thing for that Disco Elysium club. So yeah. Okay, so for this next letter, this one came in just under the wire. And what I was kind of thinking is so that one of us doesn't have to bear the weight of reading the last email ever on the show. I think we all try to read it simultaneously.
Together.
You knew this was going to be a disaster before you even. I think that we should do this, but then Alessio, you should read it by yourself so that we give Carolyn the moment.
Yeah.
So let's start with the goof.
Okay. So it's Carolyn or Caroline? Carolyn, right?
Carolyn.
I would say that spelling is Carolyn. But
okay, cool.
Who could say?
Carolyn via email says, all right, and everybody ready now?
What's the cadence?
Hopefully this isn't too late for you all to see. But I just wanted to say thanks for making this podcast. I love the in-depth look at games to the point I listen to them multiple times. I'll likely listen again in the future when I'm nostalgic about it.
Thanks
again. Your conglomeration of 4 human beings. Okay, I'll read it for real. Hey, hopefully this isn't too late for all to see, but I just wanted to say thanks for making this podcast. I love the in-depth look you did on the games to the point I've listened to them multiple times. I'll likely listen again in the future when I'm nostalgic about it. Thanks again. Thanks, Carolyn.
Thanks.
I know we've been recording for a long time. This actually went way longer than I thought. But and so we should wrap it up. And so I will commence the wrap up thoughts with just a very, very quick story. So I called Sam earlier today, probably about 2 hours before the recording. And I don't know why I felt like compelled to call. So I called my mom and then I called Sam. And I don't know why I felt compelled to call my mom, but I called my mom and just like talked her through everything we had done. And I just felt like such a fucking, like, a little kid. I'm like, hey, Mom, do you remember? She was like, yeah, you know, your show's coming to an end. And I'm like, yeah, it was just so weird to open my email and Snake and Otacon and all of my favorite game characters literally were talking to me in my email this morning.
And you were there, and you were there.
My mom was just like, "Oh man!" Like she's like, "It must be both like happy and sad that this is happening." And we kind of went back and forth, but it's like, yeah, man, I don't know. It's kind of come in waves, and I'm sure it'll continue to come in waves. But as soon as that was done, I called Sam and I shared this with him, and I also could just kind of share it to everybody who's listening and everybody who's here right now. But like, I know it's not my job to make sure that this is the case, but I just really hope that everybody is happy with where we ended up, and that everybody has been happy with the show. And I just wanted to let you guys know that it's made me really happy to make this show. And now I'm crying, so I'm gonna let somebody else take it.
I shed my tears thanks to Toby earlier, so I think I'm gonna be okay. But yeah, I'm happy, and there were a lot of times, even during like while we were doing the podcast, like full on, where I could say very distinctly that I wasn't, and doing the show was kind of a way for me to escape that. And now, I don't know, just seeing this thing not only as an outlet to basically hang out with my friends every week and do fun stuff with them every week, but like as this project that I spent so much time on. I don't know, seeing it end, it's like Alessia said, that his mom said, it's very sad, but it's also like very fulfilling at the same time, because it's like, wow, we completed a thing. Like, obviously, we have those gaps of things that, like, we wish we would have done, but like, I feel very satisfied with the journeys that we got to take, with the friends that we've made, with everything we've done. And I hope that everybody else who's done the show, feels, happy that they got that chance and got to be a part of it, because it's very special to me, and I think it's very special in general, as evidenced by a lot of the stuff that everybody that we kind of highlighted has said.
Yeah,
So
the last 16 hours of this episode.
Right.
James, could you tell me how much you love me, please?
Well, no. I will say I was telling Sam this before we started recording, before everybody hopped on. But I remember when I met Alessio, like I was looking him up, and I found like Geek Time. And
did we meet because of this podcast?
No, we met because of Fringe. You like came and did like a workshop.
No, I know, but didn't M introduce us as, hey, James wants to make a podcast?
Podcasts. Yeah, I think looking back on it, if I would have
did
really
M introduce you guys?
Yeah. Sam met M.
M's great.
She came to Seattle, or she lives in Seattle now.
Yeah.
She's
came to
visit.
She's doing very cool stuff up there right now. But
lots of sustainability stuff. It's very neat.
Lots of sustainability stuff. If I look back on it though and really psychoanalyzed, I think what I really wanted was a friend to talk to about video games with, and I ended up with more friends than I can ask for to talk about video games with, and it was really cool. Personally for me, just like getting to be involved with this podcast in particular, but also all the other podcasts that we've, been a part of together, and all the great conversations we've had, and my exposure to Metal Gear, having been non-existent prior to this, this is pretty cool. And I don't know, I think it's very impressive, and it's tough to build any type of community, and this is like a very passionate community that y'all have built and you've all surrounded yourself with, and I'm just so grateful and so thankful that I got to be, a small part of the journey.
I think I will never forget me working super late overnights for some film freelancing and killing time by stepping outside and talking to James on the phone for like 2 hours at a time while he told me his thoughts on Metal Gear Solid 5. It's a lot of fun. Those are some of the best moments.
I'll also say, like, being in St. Louis and seeing all three of you at the same time as well is also very special to me. Like,
what a blast that was.
I always cherish like the opportunities that I've had to hang out with, the people that I've met during this podcast, and that was like the first one of those times, and so it's very special to me personally. So I love that. Isaac, you got anything to say?
Isaac's only word is fuck.
No, we're getting there. Don't put the cart before the horse. We got to get through the emotional stuff first before we get to the main event.
I will say I'm happy with this whole endeavor. And I know Leslie was like, I hope everybody else felt the same way, and I don't know if I can express it into words, but it was definitely something that helped me through a time. I guess everybody goes through things, but mine was just more trying to get through the everyday mundaneness and whatnot. And yeah, so this podcast really helped with that, and kind of honestly brought me closer to Alessio, and then in turn with Sam, and James as well, because I mean,
oh yeah, James too.
No, because I mean, when I went and visited Alessio in St. Louis those few times, James was always down to hang, and it was always a really good time. And I think I always had reservations, like meeting people in person, because I'm kind of not like a recluse or anything, but I have my reservations. So meeting James in person and meeting Sam in person kind of helped relieve that. And I was like, oh, well, these guys are really cool. And it kind of, I guess, flourished from there and into what it eventually came to be. And just knowing that it was, everybody's heart was put into this project, and a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, a lot of laughs along the way, and whatnot. And just knowing that I'm a part of that that's all I really need to know,
Well, shit, you guys. I guess smoke them if you got them. Sam, is there anything you want to do with this before we close up shop?
I lied. I wasn't good.
Oh no!
Oh, there it is.
No, I mean, I also want to just say, like, it's gonna sound real corny, but I'm proud of everybody who's been involved in this show, and having known Isaac for 21 years. No, 20 years. Jesus Christ.
It's been a while, man. Yeah, 20 years.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Having known Isaac for 20 years, weirdly enough, I definitely agree with Isaac, where it's like, I feel like it has also brought us together, which I didn't think was even like possible to do more of at a certain point. But no, yeah, I think because of this show, it's like Isaac and I have had a lot of additional reasons to communicate with each other and all that stuff. And yeah, I don't know. I just like legitimately feel like I showed up to work on somebody's like questionable quality level game journalist website like fucking 16 years ago, and then walked away with a bunch of best friends, so, and really cool stories to tell people. So yeah, that's all I got. I mean, I'm dry. I got nothing else. You've taken everything else from me.
Well, should we stop having this earnest moment and come to the
for sure.
very last thing that we have on our
Hey, Alessio, cue the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire music.
So, last episode, I put a little ultimatum out there.
Just a little one.
Just a little one.
It's a mini matum.
A mini matum. I said, if Isaac said the word, and we're not going to speak, he's going to just very clearly and confidently say the word fuck on the air, I will publicly release my Kingdom Hearts fanfiction. A couple of people who
Isaac takes back everything that he just recently said.
Yeah, right.
Positive matter.
I retract it all.
Yeah. So people have been digging for it, but I will officially let people in on it. And I also want to throw out there that if Isaac decides not to say the word, that people should not be mad because it's a personal choice. And that's okay. But with that said, Isaac, will you say the fuck word on the air?
The fuck word.
I feel slightly bullied.
I just told them it's okay if you don't. It's okay. Legitimately.
Hold on, let's do
Slow
this.
pitch softballed it in.
Let's do this. Everybody, take off your headphones, put them down, and then we'll walk away. And Isaac will do what he did, or whatever he chooses, and then Isaac text us all. We'll come back.
Okay. I will legitimately do this.
Yeah, I'm doing it as well.
All right, do it.
Well, I guess it's just you and me here at the end of this, at the end of it all. I know what you want me to do, and I'll leave this with a little anecdote. So years ago, Alessio and I were DJs, and we wore masks to kind of conceal our identities. And we never took it off, and nobody knew who we were. And Alessio, on our last show, he gave an idea that we would take off our masks at the end of the show to reveal who we were. And I did not want to. I pushed back hard through the whole thing. And he was like, well, I'm going to do it regardless. Throughout the whole show that night, I was struggling with, like, should I do it? Should I not do it? And at the end, when we came out to the front of the stage and Alessio was putting his hand above his head to take the mask off, in that split second, I said, fuck it. And I did it as well. And we revealed our identities in that night, and it was probably the best decision because it encapsulated our whole personas, and it kind of bookended it. And so there you go. I mean, I don't know if that answers your question. I'm gonna bring the boys back.
We have been summoned.
That waveform was going wild.
That was
I
a
think.
busy waveform, my guy.
Like that.
So here's
I
here's the
texted
thing.
Sam and I said Isaac was getting out 31 years of.
So here's the thing: is that I have no way of knowing actually whether or not you did it. So I'm going to take you at your word.
Okay.
Did you do it?
I did it.
All right, Sam, live on the air.
So I did. I was thinking about doing this regardless. If you
Wow,
said it or not,
way to
but-
devalue.
Yeah, right.
I didn't say I was going to. I said I was thinking about it, but I'm going to trust Isaac and definitely do it. So I'm not going to share like the link because I don't know what it is. But if you go to fanfiction.net, you can go find the fanfiction. As a reminder, written by a very early middle school Sam. Just throwing that out there. Called Kingdom Hearts: Timeline, written by a author named I Find Your Lack of Faith Disturbing.
Yes.
As in Star Wars, all one word.
Yes.
It is trash. I actually I'm looking at it right now, and I don't remember writing most of this, but I just want to point everybody's attention to chapter 40, which is called Definitely Not Anorexic. I don't know what that's about. I have an idea, but I'll let you investigate that. And
Sam went into a fugue state when he read the whole thing.
Did you say chapter 40?
Yeah,
chapter 40.
Dude,
there are 46 chapters. It's not a completed story. I did not go back to it. There are
dude, spoiler.
Well, so Sam, what's the stretch goal to get you to finish that story?
Much like how I insisted I would never I would never reveal the story. I don't think I'll ever go back to it. But
Okay.
you know what? I did reveal the story thanks to Isaac, and things changed. So you know, if you follow, you can follow me on youtube.com/Sam spelled out if you want to know if I ever go back to it. This 46 chapters. I just want to throw this out there. They're like little stats up top. 46 chapters. 81,273 words.
Yeah.
I'm over
a
here
lot of
having
words.
trouble finishing my book, and meanwhile, Sam literally wrote a goddamn book,
Bro,
popped up
I'm
on
having
fucking
trouble-
Diet Coke and whatever the fuck else he was saying.
I'm having trouble finishing my book, the one that I'm writing seriously. I wrote 81,000 plus words about Kingdom Hearts.
You gotta get back into that mindset, dude.
You gotta
I
follow.
guess so.
You really gotta follow your passion here.
Yeah.
Get back to your roots.
I gotta become a Destiny Island boy.
Oh,
Good
no.
boy.
Oh boy. Well,
Well, on that note, which is very weird. What a
Well.
weird way to end this.
This is how it ends.
it ends talking about a fanfiction about Kingdom. It's not even about Metal Gear. It's Kingdom Hearts fanfiction.
That's right.
We should probably say at least one thing about Metal Gear before we close out.
Yeah.
One thing.
Are you guys gonna go see? Do you guys want to all go see the movie together?
Yeah,
physically,
absolutely.
if it
I
comes
think
out?
when and if it comes out,
Yes.
I think that I would like to plan that. Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
dude, yeah.
Cool.
Be a
We'll make a whole
blast.
day of it. Yeah, we'll just do it for one. Like, hey, come in town for a single afternoon.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Well, we'll figure out the terms of this truce, where we'll be meeting, what lines will be drawn,
Which
Um,
fan fictions will be presented?
Yeah, exactly. Well, you guys, this is it. We have come to the precipice into eternity, where we will forever be trapped on the internet as voices.
Can I do a thing really quick to kind of, because all these years, you know, we've had variations on it. You know, we changed it a little bit for the 1.5 season because of Death Stranding. Although, because of what they did with Death Stranding with the cardboard box section, we could also go back to that for Death Stranding, but whatever. We said it's just a box to usher us out of the episodes and move us on to the next. But to kind of close us out here, I wanted to say that Metal Gear Mondays was not just a box. It was something special. And I think that with Alessio's permission, I'm going to open the box and set us free.
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, that was it. I did it. That was me doing it. Because my whole thing.
Well, hold on.
What?
But once you've opened the box and we've all walked away, all that's left is for the listener to say, whose footprints are these?
Whose footprints are these?
Sir? Yes, Metal Gear Mondays has been put to rest, and the final season is running smoothly, on schedule. Of course. Funds have been allocated to ensure the legacy is upheld for years to come, giving the listeners the backlog for all seasons of Metal Gear Mondays. Also, the hosts all came back for the final season. If requested, I would have the opportunity... Of course, sir. I would never debate your authority. No, sir. My cover remained intact. The DARPA chief was aware of my identity. He has since been eliminated. What would you have me do with the community in the Discord? Of course, sir. We have moderators and the necessary funds to keep the community going long after MGM is laid to rest. Listeners can find the link to the Discord in the episode description, as well as MGM's social media, which would also provide a link. No, sir. No one knows of your involvement within the show, the community, or the funds. I understand completely. I'll keep your episode in a safe place for when the time is right. Of course. Talk to you soon, Mr. Ghost of David Bowie.